it is, Jeremy. What is going on? This is a non-Jets football Sunday, and here we are. What do you make of this?
I make of this that I wish it was us that was playing this week, but unfortunately was not meant to be. But if I could see the Miami Dolphins get crushed a little bit and watch their fans suffer, I'll take pleasure in that.
Yeah. Well, that's what we do nowadays. This is my playoff tradition. Who do I hate more, right? Who do I want to suffer? That's what this is. That governs my feelings, my rooting. Even if I go into a game and think, you know what, I'd like to see this team win. I know within the first minute and a half who I'm really rooting for. Like something will happen, I go, yeah, like I want them to hurt. Then I know. But today, even though I hate the Bills, I hate the Miami Dolphins, and I don't want them to just lose today. I want them to know you don't even belong here. You lucked out, you got lucky, and you are garbage. That's what I want today, Jeremy. Is that bad?
No, I don't think it's bad. I think it's deserving of those crappy fans. I think they're the most obnoxious, disgusting fan base in the country. And they deserve all the pain that they get today.
Yeah, they do. Now, if they somehow win, I will find solace in that because I hate Buffalo too. But I don't think that's going to happen. And you look, Buffalo's supposed to be here at least. You know what I mean? That's the way I look at it. They're at least supposed to be here. Let them get beat by the Chiefs or the Bengals, whoever it is that's up on that plateau. The Dolphins don't even belong to be in this damn thing. And I hate even like watching the fans cheer for their team running out of the. I hate it all, Jeremy. It's so hard. This part of the year is very difficult. Like once we get into, free agency and the draft, I'm much better. But this is hard for me. It really is. I'm jealous, dude. It's what it is. I'm sick of it. 12 straight years. This isn't us. McDaniel, there he is on the TV. His first year in the AFC East. He's in the playoffs. He's laughing on the sideline. You're about to cry, buddy. That's what I want. I want tears. So, all right, let's say hello to some people. Eric Craig, what's up? I see Phil's been in the house. Phil kept us going. Phil and Harry's here. Richard from Jersey, he loves this graphic. What graphic is it, I wonder? I wonder what graphic he's talking about. Vafadoose is in the house. Do you know what graphic he's talking about?
Is the double green bean in the right corner?
Oh, I don't know. No, maybe I think it was before.
Oh,
maybe it was the thumbnail. I don't know.
What's the thumbnail. The thumbnail's pretty cool. The sushi and all that.
Yeah, the sushi and the wide right. I don't know if anybody picked it up, but the buffalo that's dead in that picture, the blood spells wide right, which is a real, it's like our butt fumble, man. You know what I mean? All right, I got to kick off over here. You got to kick off? Are we locked? Are we synced?
I'm a little bit ahead of you, so
right.
Let me know.
No big deal. No big deal, man.
It's not a big deal. I'll just try to keep your eyes open if I see something fun.
Yeah. Jetasonic's here. Eminon's in the house. Rich is with us. I mean, look, guys, let's try to hang out. We'll watch playoff football together, right? This is a division opponent, as we know. And, hey, we'll root. Now, let me ask you guys, is there anybody in the chat that is rooting for the Bills to lose, for the Dolphins to win? And let me know in the chat. I'm very curious. Jets Babe is here. Hello, Jets Babe. All right, I got a first down. He's back to pass. Got some pressure. Not really. Look at this. Oh,
I know, right?
And there's a flag. What's the flag, Jeremy? You're a little ahead.
Looks like it's against the defense, I think. It's holding against.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. This is the Bills. The refs are going to do the Dolphins no favors. Let's be real here. Oh, that was on the defense.
Whoa.
Surprising.
I assumed when I saw holding in all that time.
Yeah. Sneakers to Boots is here. Rich doesn't like the fish. Ant-Man's here. Or Ant-Jets. Ant-Man. See it? Ant Dancer. Yeah. All right. Aiden Murphy. Good morning, Aiden. Or afternoon.
Watch this play. Imagine having a real quarterback like this. Just watch this.
Dude, how about last night? We got to take some time and really dissect what happened last night in the Jaguars game because, there it is. Yeah, that's nice and easy.
He's just easy first down.
I want to dissect what happened. Listen, let me just tell you the first half, right? Jets fans, Jets Twitter, Jets Facebook, Jetnation. It's like Jets fans were waiting for the second for Trevor Lawrence to look human. And they pounced. Zach is see, this is why you guys wanted to lose out for this fucking and blah 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 blah. It was eerily silent in the fourth quarter by those people. They were completely gone. And this is the thing. Number one, I want everybody to know clearly right now. Zach Wilson is not Trevor Lawrence. He never was. I don't care what Phil Simms' son said, and all the stuff that we tried to justify that the Jets would have taken Zach, even if we had the number one pick.
No way.
Completely false. Completely false. That's the stuff that you tell each other to make yourselves feel good. Now, look, we all had hope for Zach, but you saw last night the difference. All right. Zach, when he has a first half like that, crumbles to pieces. Now, partially because we're telling him to kill himself in the stands. That doesn't help much. But look, you saw it. Trevor Lawrence is a young, up and coming quarterback, but he's the real deal. That's the progress that you want to see. Even if he ended that game with the losing. It doesn't matter. It's like he's still progressing in the way. All you need your quarterback to do is progress like that. Look at this. Another 5 yards, 4 or 5 yards on the ground. So what do you think of it? I want to tell everybody, Jeremy texted me in the beginning of that game and said, hey, look at this. This guy looks like Zach or something like that.
Well, that's what I said. I didn't say, Zach Wilson's better than him. I said, he decided to be Zach Wilson this game, and I thought we were going to see history. I thought he was going to throw a couple more. I was actually telling my wife, I haven't seen anything like this since Richard Todd. And then when they scored the touchdown at the end of the half, I said, you know what? I think we might have a game. I said that totally changes everything going into the half. They settle down. It's going to be really hard, down 20 points, but it wasn't going to be the disgusting, 0 quarterback rating or anything. Like the meltdown had ended, but unbelievable. I think the Chargers coach is in trouble. I really do.
Yeah. Well, how long's he been there? This is his second year, third, maybe.
I think it's just the second year.
They fired who was it? Their former Anthony Lynn. They fired Anthony Lynn, and they got this coach. And I think it might be 3 years, right? But yeah, they were not supposed to lose in the wild card round of the playoffs to the Jaguars. That was not supposed to happen. But listen, just like every team has their plight, right? Like we have our plight, right? 12 years not in the playoffs, can't find a quarterback, the whole thing. The Chargers' plight for 20, 30 years, man, has been they are among the elite teams in the regular season, and they can't win a playoff game. Maybe they win one. I mean, this goes back. They fired Marty Schottenheimer on a 14-2 season. Yep. Want to know why? Because it was his third straight year losing his first game in the playoffs. It doesn't matter what they do in the regular season. They, for some reason, and this is their bugaboo. This is their thing. It doesn't matter who the coach is, who the quarterback is, how great they're playing. They can't win a playoff game. And it's interesting, man, because it's consistent. It's one of those things that it's like the organization adopts it. It doesn't matter who comes. And we have that. We have that over here. It doesn't matter who comes. The organization has with it certain things that it just can't seem to get past. Ours is quarterback. It doesn't matter. We could have the number one defense, number one rushing attack, great offensive line. We can't get a quarterback, man. We just can't do it. It's amazing.
It's unbelievable that we just can't seem to do it. And I was at one of those playoff games that the Chargers lost that they were supposed to win, and that was when the Jets beat them in 2004.
Yeah, it's really amazing. New York Jets. Hey, Aunt Gina, how you doing? Good to see my Aunt Gina in the house. New York Jets fan 4 says, how much did it hurt to watch Trevor go off last night? All I kept saying was, why did we beat the Rams that day? I'm telling you, man. You know, and it's a funny thing. I mean, like, again, like I remember observing our fandom. Once we didn't have Trevor, we knew, and don't forget, like the Jaguars, once we had the number one pick all year until like the last 2 weeks of the season. The Jaguars, once they got it, they benched Minshew. You know what I mean? They said, nah, we want it. They did it the right. The Jets, we always like try to win the last game. It's like a whole thing we do.
We have a special, we have a special kind of stupid branded on our organization.
Yeah.
I told my wife when that happened. I said, there's a special kind of stupid in that building. Because
and it doesn't matter who's here. It doesn't matter who's here.
No vision of the future. It's like here we could finally end it so we can get the generational guy. And I don't know if he's going to be Peyton Manning or anything, but we could get the guy that's clearly going to be successful in the NFL and be our quarterback for the next 10, 15 years. And then we go and win a meaningless game and find a way to screw it up. It's just,
well, and the thing is, because look, it's Adam Gase. He doesn't give a shit. He's just trying to win, But it's funny, even that game, like that particular game, the Rams were a great team. We weren't supposed. We were done. The fact that they let us win that game, and it came down to that punt return. They were gonna get a punt return for a touchdown, and fucking Braden Mann made this incredible tackle. I don't know, man. It's a crazy thing. Mitt Flair wishes we have Trevor. I know. I remember, again, observing our fandom when that happened. Everybody's saying, dude, it's good. Zach Wilson's the guy. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, and I said it then, all that press coming out leaked from the Jets that they want Zach. And all, that was with hope that the Jaguars would bite and take Zach Wilson. That's what it was. Just like the Jaguars have done numerous times. They did it with Blake Bortles. They just did it this year with Trayvon Walker. They bit. I mean, he's fine. He's a decent player, but Aiden Hutchinson, he's not. You know what I mean? And at least not. It doesn't look like it. But the Jaguars bite on stuff like that. That's the kind of organization that they are. When we were Mike McCagnon, we bite on stuff like that. Like we listen to the press. Well, if everybody likes this guy, then why would I? You know what I mean? Who am I to say otherwise?
Wow. Watch this play. That's got to be on the receiver. Oof, that would have been a big play for Miami.
So Buffalo got shut down now. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. I'm saying, look at this. I mean, when you get up to the
oh my God, what a loser! That's why you're an idiot. Who is that?
Waddle.
Jalen Waddle.
That was Waddle.
All you had to do is catch with your hands. Why are you trying to catch with your elbows, man?
Yeah, he tried to catch with his body.
Look at this.
Absolutely.
What is that? Why are you jumping in the air to just grab it? I don't know what's with these guys.
That's the number one thing to look at. Like what when you're scouting guys, is catch with your hands.
So Eric Craig's saying, though, another side of this is, wouldn't it stab Buffalo in the heart if the Dolphins actually beat them with their backup quarterback? Yes, it would. And that would have value. It would.
It would be our consolation prize.
Yeah.
It's like, we'd have to tolerate Miami fans finally winning a playoff game and have to hear them blab about it and wait another week to see them finally get crushed. But, at least the Bills, and I don't like the Bills head coach. So watching him walk off the field in shame wouldn't, that would be a consolation.
So Jets gang, I know what you mean by this comment, but please explain to me the game that the Jets did that. Like, because his coach, dude, we throw whenever all of Zach's worst games, they just kept letting him throw it. When did we take the ball out of Zach's hands to run it? I know that's a weird narrative going on. I don't recall. Do you recall? Where's the game that we have 35 rushes and 12 passing attempts? Where is that? I don't know. Do you know it?
The only reason that Zach didn't have a lot of passing attempts as other guys is because he couldn't get a drive going. It was 1, 2, 3 and out because he couldn't throw a 5-yard pass. Like he would have had more passing attempts, but unfortunately, he was not accurate. Now, no one would love more for the organization than you and me if Zach was to somehow turn it around and turn his life around and come back and be amazing. But to sit there and look back at the last 2 years and blame anything or blame anyone other than Zach himself is absolutely outrageous.
Yeah.
You can't blame somebody else because he can't complete a 5-yard pass.
Yeah. And even in that Pats game, that the Jets gang is talking about the Pats game, you mean the first one when he was throwing pick after pick after pick and they just kept letting him throw it? He threw it 45 times. The second Pats game, like Jeremy's saying, it's not like we ran the ball more than we passed. It was just because we couldn't get more than 3 plays at a stretch. That's what it was. I mean, I don't know where you're supposed to be able to pass the ball when you can't get a first down. You know, again, it's a crazy narrative. Like at this point, I just wish we would stop grasping at straws, man. Like there's straws, dude. Like everybody with half a brain can look at it and say, yeah, the guy I really want to succeed sucks. You know what I mean? He's really bad. Now, maybe in a year, if he sit, maybe, who knows, man? Weirder things have happened. But come on. And he's never done, not in his whole 2 years has he done what Trevor Lawrence did last night. And he has started full games, guys, with the 3 picks. I mean, look at that first Patriots game. I was screaming bench him. Put Mike White in for that last quarter. They kept letting him in, and they kept letting him throw it, Jeremy.
It was outrageous that they didn't bench him that game. Just because he clearly was in his head. Like, he was in his own head. He was, like, completely defeated. Like at that point, you save him from himself.
Yeah, right. He was just like, that's when you look at somebody in the eyes. There was a great GM or coach that said this, and forgive me, I forget who it was. He said, you can tell, like when you grab a player, something's going wrong. They're looking like you can just look them in the eyes. You say, come here, and you can see it. You can see it in their eyes when they're glazed. And that's what you sit him down. He's not coming out of it. Live to fight another day. You know what I mean? Rather than keeping him out there and just letting it get worse. But clearly Trevor Lawrence wasn't glazed. He was still focused and poised and just having a rough first half. That's all.
He kept his cool.
Now, Jets Babe doesn't want a quarterback that looks like a scarecrow. I say he could look like the fucking penguin and I wouldn't care.
I know. At this point, I don't. Yeah, I mean, like, if he's good, if he plays good at quarterback. If he plays good at quarterback, I don't care if he has the Gary Minshew porn mustache. I don't care.
Right? I know he could literally be 4'6". If he could figure out a way to play, I don't care. I just don't care.
Yep.
I just don't care. No, Jets Forever isn't here. Jets Gang is taking up the mantle for it. But but it's not like it's new. He's been doing that the whole time too. He's just not quite as overt as Jets Forever. Look at Purdy. And isn't it crazy? Like that's when it's like you just look around the league, dude. There are 3rd round quarterbacks, 5th round quarterbacks, 7th round and everybody can at least just play the game. You know what I mean? Just play the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. Now that I'll tell you what, Purdy looking so good.
Oh my God.
Should show people that it's whatever Jimmy G does over there. It's because of the system in large part. You know what I mean? Like depending on him to like change your organization. Oh my God. Wow.
Who's number 60 for them that let that happen?
Fucking Van Roten.
Was it really? No.
It might be. That's where he plays.
That's Van Roten.
Hold on. I can't.
I'm looking to see if that's Van Roten. That'd be crazy. It's the center, and he was playing center.
I was the center. It was Mitch Morse.
Yeah. He was playing center for them for a bit. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh! I'm not saying anything. Watch this play.
All right. Okay, look at this. All right. I'm a little behind. Oh, they're sending everybody on the 0 blitz. Here it comes. Zach Wilson. Josh Allen tossing it up, and that's what you get. See, it's so great when you can make them pay for a 0 blitz. Make them pay. Go ahead. Send it. Leave your guys on an island. My guys are going to make you look stupid. It's that simple. You're going to need more people back there.
You see, we just didn't have, and I don't care who was our quarterback, there was not enough shots. Like when you can't score, you can't do anything. We didn't take enough of those. You have Garrett Wilson, you have Elijah Moore, you have Mims. Why not? Like nothing was working anyway. Where were the shots downfield?
Right. And look, Hennessy's bringing up a great point. That's the guy who beat DJ Reed into the Pro Bowl. He's been getting burned all season.
Watch this.
He made it on name. Oh, my God.
Yeah, look at this.
At Dawson Knox.
Easy. Can we call a play like that?
Yeah.
That's a touchdown. Both feet in.
I'll tell you what, man. We just have to get this. Whoever this is, again, I wasn't a fan of firing Mike LaFleur because I think the way that it looked. I'm not against it per se, but I don't think it was the problem. I don't think while it was a problem, I don't think it was the problem.
Well,
I think like if you added a Derek Carr or a Jimmy G, whoever, to this offense, I saw more than enough that would justify believing that that's all we need. We need a guy who can just play quarterback. That's it.
If our offensive line was not decimated, and we could have gotten like even the Mike White level play.
Yeah,
Mike LaFleur still on the team.
Yep, that's it.
There's no question about it. I mean, he's I'm not the 3 games in a row without a touchdown. I understand that side of it, but at the same time, he's definitely was a scapegoat. There's no question about it, because if they don't have all those injuries and they get any kind of competent quarterback play, the guy still has a job.
Yeah, totally.
But at the same time, he couldn't overcome it. He couldn't overcome the injuries. He could not even for 1 touchdown.
Yeah, incredible. I tell you, man, it is a sad state, especially with a defense like this, man. And all those, we have so much talent on the offense, and maybe not by Super Bowl standards. Again, we're the second year of the rebuild. You don't expect to be done. But even with that, like with being like midstream, boy, oh boy, are we talented. There are some seriously talented people on our team. Like years past, even 3 years ago, 4 years, we had no one. Like you can look around the team and there's no one there. You know what I mean? Jordan Jenkins. I bring him up a lot because he was our premier guy on the defense. I mean, well, you had Jamal Adams, Marcus May, right? They were good. You had Jordan Jenkins. Quinnen was a young buck, his rookie season and whatever. So he was going to be good. But and generally speaking, like look around the offense, like we no offensive linemen are still here. Like there's nothing. There was no running, but you had Le'Veon Bell. We had names, Le'Veon Bell, Frank Gore. Like this is what we're putting together. It's crazy, dude. How bad? Jordan Leggett. Remember Chris Herndon? Remember how much hope and faith we had in Chris Herndon? He's not even in the NFL. He's out. Yeah,
Paul Green, little boy Green, boy Green. He was saying before one of the seasons last season before the season, he was predicting Herndon was going to break out and be an all-pro tight end. He loved him. And
yeah. It's like, well, and the funny thing is, I mean, look, we all wanted him to be great, right? And the thing is, his rookie year, it really all boils down to one catch. He had an okay rookie year. I think he had 400 yards or something like that, but he was injured. He's never had a season where he wasn't injured. And that was the problem with him in college. But he had that one catch. It was gorgeous. One-handed. And we're not used to seeing that. So we think, oh my God, well, if he has that in the bag, but he never did anything. That was his rookie year was his best year. He's never done anything. Like after like 3 years, it just became like, where is the faith in this guy coming from? Like there are some guys we want to chop their head off with one bad play. And there are guys we want to support for years of terrible play. It's just a weird, I don't know.
It's not let go. Sometimes it's hard to let go.
It is.
I mean, look, there were people as soon as Sam Darnold had a decent game for Carolina, and in the last few weeks of the season, he had a decent game, and there are people who can't let go. They went right back to it. You see, he's good. He's good. It was the Jets, and then they were silenced the last game of the year when he put up a 25 quarterback rating. Then you didn't hear them talk anymore about him.
Who were we just talking about?
I was just saying Sam Darnold's like one of those guys that people just
yeah.
can't let go. And now it's going to be Zach Wilson. Like if he doesn't turn it around, in 2 years from now, we're going to have people still saying, "Oh, it was us. He's good." Like it's never going to die. It's never going to go away.
It really is. It's right. Yeah, that's a great point with the Sam Darnold thing. It's like, I mean, and it's the same thing that happened last night. It's like people are waiting in the wings to like pounce on the shred that they can hang their hat on to support their dying argument.
Oh, you're gonna like what happens next. We're getting what we want.
Let's see here. Oh, there's that. Yep. Okay.
Where's that Dolphin girl? Is she here today?
No, she won't be here.
I want her to come in so bad so I could ask her to show the tears.
Jets gang, what are we even talking about? What could this mean? Stop making excuses. Teams winnings with Jets backup line. What does that even mean? Do you know? I can't even find it in my brain to
He's trying to say that other teams win with backup offensive linemen.
Yeah,
but he's like, but he's going to rule out the fact that we were 5 tackles deep.
Yeah. But look, the truth is even with that, again, dude, I don't know how much you watch the all 22 Jets gang. It leads me to believe that you don't because of your hard, firm opinion on one side of this. But when you watch it, you'll see there's more than enough time, more than enough plays. As bad as the offensive line plays at times, there's more than enough. And like there'll be enough time, there'll be a pocket, there's 2 wide receivers open, and Zach just sails it.
Well, isn't that interesting when somebody who supports Zach Wilson still tells somebody else not to make excuses? Like, is there anyone that makes more excuses than a Zach Wilson supporter?
No,
that's all we hear is excuses.
I know. It's crazy.
Excuses on why he can't throw a 5-yard pass behind the line of scrimmage to his teammate. like, you want to talk about excuses? Give me an excuse why he couldn't throw a 5-yard pass to his teammate behind the line of scrimmage where there's no defender.
Yeah. So who are you referencing? Okay, so he's talking about the Dolphins. Who are you referencing? Who do they have that we cut? Who? I don't even remember. I feel like I remember one, but I'm sure he's not like the reason they're winning. You know what I mean? Who is it? Who did we cut? I can't think of it. Who? I could look, but
yeah, but but that's like one guy on an offensive line. Yeah, like Van Roten playing for Buffalo on the offensive line. One guy that they're patching in to a team that's been playing a system for 4 years.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's different than we have a team that is just built in 2 years. It's only been 2 seasons since we've really rebuilt the team in a new system. And then you take away 3 or 4 players on the offensive line.
Yeah. And more than that. Yeah. And more than that. I mean, we had 6 injuries to the tackle position, 3 on each side, dude. It's like, I mean, I don't know how you look at that and go, oh, excuses. Like, dude, we literally had guys starting that were on practice squads 2 weeks earlier, starting at right tackle.
Not to mention a bust draft pick and quarterback, because Zach Wilson being as brutally bad as you can ever imagine a quarterback being.
Yeah. Harry wants to know if we're going to do the job. I'm not going to be doing the Giants game, man. We're doing this one. It's AFC East. Let's see. Maybe we do one next week. I'm not sure. I was going to watch the game anyway. You know what I mean? It's figured watch it with you guys. Sneakers and Boots wants to know, what about Becton moving to left tackle per Cimini? Well, I mean, tell me the story that Cimini has actually broken the last 12 years, 15 years, and then I'll buy it. I mean, it might happen. He's just he throws shit at the wall. Sometimes it sticks. Whether or not Becton, I mean, he could move to left tackle. I would be surprised if they counted on him to be the starting left tackle. I'd be surprised. If they do, I believe it's a misstep. It might happen. I mean, I don't know. If Fant's not here, I mean, what Cimini's probably doing is deducing, because Fant was spotty and injured. They're probably not going to give him the big contract. He was the reason that Becton moved to right tackle. So likely Becton goes to left tackle.
Watch your screen.
Why? Touchdown.
Watch the game.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you saw that? Okay. I
Yeah,
just wanted to make sure you saw
yeah.
that happen because the slaughter has now begun. This is exactly what I was hoping for. I just hope they just keep pounding them, run up the score, do everything, just humiliate them.
Let's see. So everybody's talking about one. Yeah, there's one guy here. There's a Fadu Kasi on the Jags. There's a Pinnock on the Giants. It happens. This is what it is. And how many players do we have? You know what I mean? It's like that's normal. But acting like there's a team out there with all the Jets cast-offs and they're good. I don't know I don't know what team that is. I don't know what team that is.
We have CJ Reed, right? Or DJ Reed. And someone's
gang, I'm seriously about to just bounce you, brother. Like, please turn it off. Like, just turn it off. Like right now, just stop. Really, like nobody gives a shit, number one, about this defense of Zach Wilson. But number two, everybody's just done with it. It's like, it makes no sense. If you weren't thinking with your emotions, you would know. House, just stop already. Like, are you a Jets hater or, what is it? I don't know what's going on.
Someone who needs to make himself feel better by blaming, and then saying there's no excuse. There's no excuse. Meanwhile, I see offensive coordinators and teams that are battered by injury struggle all the time. Yeah. Like, so how can it not be an excuse if it's like teams in the league struggle all the time because of injuries? Like, how you can't sit there and say it doesn't matter that AVT and Breece Hall, you can't say it doesn't matter that these guys went down and that our number 2 overall pick quarterback was a bust. I mean, that's going to impact an offense.
You talking about O-line players? Who are you talking about?
He's saying that Miami's
all over the place.
He's saying Miami's O-line, he's saying Miami's O-line was battered also last week, but they won. Yeah, they scored 9 points, 3 field goals. They didn't score a touchdown either. So what's your point?
I know. What are we talking about?
That was a shit show last week.
It was gross. I know. It was gross. Because it's like, dude, Miami, that game was boring. I had a Dolphins. I have a couple of really close friends that are Dolphins fans, and they're texting me during the game. And they're like, this game is a bore fest. This game is terrible.
Well, that's what happens when you don't have offensive line. You don't have to watch football that long to understand that if you can't block, nothing else is going to work. I mean, you don't have to be around that long to know it. It's like offensive line. I mean, there's rare exceptions or outliers, but, overall, it starts with the offensive line.
Yeah. Well, so Duncan said that, with the fact that Flacco, White, and Wilson couldn't find and hit the open player, so it must have something to do with the play. I mean, I guess there's an argument to be made for that. You know what I mean? Like, well, what is he teaching, right? Like, what is the design? What is the quarterback's responsibility? Who's the primary and all those things? Sure. I'm also a firm believer that if you're a quarterback in the NFL and you are back to pass and there's an open guy, it's your job to find it. Like you know the play, right? Again, I don't know what LaFleur's teaching or I don't know. But if you're back to pass, you have 3.4 seconds to pass, which is fine. And you got Garrett Wilson, who's open, and you have Michael Carter as your check down, who's open. And you don't get it to one of them, I don't know. I find that, it could just be that the 3 quarterbacks we have are not very good. You know what I mean? Flacco's toast. You know what I mean? Toast. You can see it. He throws it long. He throws it short. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's not Mike LaFleur that's throwing the ball 5 yards past where the receiver is. It's not Mike LaFleur that's throwing the ball into the receiver's feet 4 yards before it, you know what I mean? Like, that's, dude, the play's there. I don't know what Mike LaFleur could be doing. You know what I mean, Duncan? Like, I find it hard. I find it hard to believe that it's, that it's LaFleur. Again, I'm not saying, dude, LaFleur made me nuts for part, a lot of the play calls, but I'm one who believes that if the regular plays that were open the whole game were getting hit, then we're not in those situations that I end up hating with LaFleur. I don't think he does a very good job in those scenarios, you know? I know. That's the thing, Jets babe. I'm with you. I hope it's like serious, like 44-0. That's what I want. I want a boring 44-0 drubbing. That's what I want.
Exactly.
Right, Hennessy. Yeah, the coaches are terrible. That's why Zach has fucking 2 yards. It's crazy at this point. What's up, W? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Yeah. I mean, Flacco is what? He's 16 years in the league, something like that. I don't know. Phil Adams says, if Carr makes an open market bidding war, who will be in and will Woody have the biggest money? Dong. There you go. Okay. Dolphins get a first down there. All right. Well, here's the thing. We were talking about this on Twitter, and somebody said that, like, if the Jets if there's a bidding war, he's not going to win it. I mean, when has Woody ever, just give me the scenario where Woody hasn't paid. Woody pays. He's given his GMs whatever money they want. You want to overpay Le'Veon Bell? Sure. You want to give CJ Mosley $5 million more than the going rate? Sure. You want to dump money on Avery Williamson? Sure. Like, he's done that the whole time. He's never paled from giving the money. There you go. Incomplete pass. Now that said, Joe Douglas, who I believe is in charge of all this stuff, is he has said on more than one occasion, like, there's aggressive and there's reckless. And he's not reckless. He's like, there's a line that he creates that I'm willing to be as aggressive as I can up to this line. And once we get to that line, if I go over it, it's reckless and I'm going to have to sacrifice all kinds of other things. And he won't do it. He said that more than once. There's aggressive and there's reckless. So I don't know how much, if there's an open bidding war and they're talking about, like, the Deshaun Watson trade. I don't know if the Jets are going to do that. I don't know. I mean, there was rumors that the Jets were willing to give 3 firsts and 2 seconds for Deshaun Watson when he was still. I never bought that for a second.
No. And I'm like Lamar Jackson, right? I understand why it would be exciting if he was a Jets quarterback. Like, I get it. I'm not crazy. I mean, I've seen the play, but people want to forget, how many games did he miss last season? And where is he right now? Is he playing? Like, you got to remember that. Like, we're Jets fans. Everybody who puts on our uniform has their likelihood of getting injured quadruples. And the guy, this is his second year in a row, missing an extended amount of time. So we have to remember there's a giant gamble.
Oh my God. And our luck. Our luck.
And it's everything. Like, if he gets hurt and he's out, because of the salary and the lack of draft picks, we're done. Like, if he's out, we're losing, we're going to lose every week.
Yeah. So it's a good point right here that Hennessy makes when speaking of Carr specifically. There's a moment in time that they can take advantage of, where they have to pay him.
Very short amount of time.
Yeah. So the idea that they'll cut him during that, like, so before that kicks in, there's an argument to be made that that's going to be their motivator, but
I don't know where he went. I think what GreenBean was saying is, if they don't cut Derek Carr by February 15th, he is due $40 million guaranteed.
Yeah, but the thing is what do they care? You know what I mean? So $40 million, they just tack that on to the next team that he trades to. You know what I mean? So you got to pay him $40 million.
You see, I think there's enough interest in him that even if they say we're gonna cut him by March 5th, February 15th, I think you're gonna have a team race in to be the team that says, no, we'll trade you a 4th round pick or a 5th round pick, whatever it is, to get the rights to him. You know what I mean? Before, because they don't want to have to battle for him. But then again, that team has to be someone he wants to play for because he has a no trade clause.
Yeah.
So it's complicated.
Waddle again. You should have caught it. It was a good defensive play, but if you went high point the ball, he would have got it.
Ooh.
Oh, he's hurt.
Oh.
Jalen Waddle. Look at it. This is why I'm such a fan of high pointers, man. Go up and get the ball. He's like waiting. See that? It's same thing. He's like, he sat back and like, well, just go up and get the ball, dude.
It's the same player.
It's the same player.
Same player. He's not, I mean, if you're going to coach that player, you got to teach him how to catch with his hands.
Yeah.
And he's a great player, Waddle. But you just saw those two missed opportunities would have completely changed the game for the Dolphins right now.
Oh,
it's
totally.
not 14-0. It's a totally different football game.
Look at that. Holy shit. Did you see the stiff arm on that punt return, dude?
Don't you love a good stiff arm?
I had not when it's against me. I don't. I hate it. I'll tell you what, dude. I was taught from a very young age, from like Pee-wee football. I was taught at Pee-wee, JV. I was a 10-year-old kid, 9-year-old kid. My coaches taught me, if somebody's going to reach their arm out to stiff arm you, thank them for their limb. Grab it and fucking just rip it out of their damn body and just grab their wrist and just never let go. Like, how could these NFL guys continue to get stiff armed, look flailing? Like, grab it. Why nobody grabs the arm? Is it illegal to grab the arm?
I don't think so. If he throws it in your face.
Sense. I'm telling you, I've done it, Jeremy. I've done it numerous times in games. Honest to God, as a kid, freshman year in high school, like I'm playing defensive end. The guy tries to get around. He fucking sticks his arm out. Like, yep, thank you. You know what I mean? Like, what is that? Grab it.
Yeah, and then let your teammate knock the ball out of his other arm.
Yeah, dude. Right, man. Just like swing him in circles. You can do anything you want once you got his wrist.
Grab his arm and let somebody else hit that ball out.
That's right. You can swing him, let you like serve him up to the other guy. Bam! Crush him. I'll tell you, it's a funny thing, man. I don't know how stiff arms work. I'm in my world, they didn't. I mean, every now and then they'll get you. You know, you're running in, you don't expect it. Yeah, sure, it happens, but not a stiff arm like that. He had his arm out the whole time, was like shoving us. Grab it.
You know, you just reminded me of my favorite play of the year. My number one play of the year was when Quinnen Williams rock slam, did the rock, did the body slam on Tyreek Hill.
Oh, my God.
The rock bottom. He put him in a rock bottom. Basically.
That was the highlight of the season, dude. I never felt so happy. Not in 12 years have I felt that happy when that moment.
He lifted him off the ground.
And then he went and put a boot on and sat on the sideline. Like somehow that stiff arm hurt his knee, his ankle. Run, Josh Allen. Look at that. Oh,
is that a catch?
Maybe.
I think it might end up being a catch. I
Wow.
think his hand stayed under.
So I want to say hello to our newest stream beaner, Mr. Green Dog. Welcome aboard, buddy. Thank you for supporting the channel. All those fun little emojis are now available to you. There are more coming, too. I added another one the other day. I can add another one today, I think it is, now that you're here. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. I have a whole bunch, and you guys get that's a catch, dude.
Yeah, it looks like that to me. His hand got underneath.
Yeah, that's a catch.
Yep. His hand was underneath. I like to imagine if there was no ground, would the ball have fell to nowhere? No, he caught it.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, it was called a catch, right?
No, the Buffalo Bills are challenging.
Oh, okay. Then they might not win.
Reversed. We have to hope there's enough evidence.
Yeah, then they might not win because the ball was also on the ground. His hand got under it, but there's a piece of the ball touching the ground. But I don't know. I wanted to point out, this is a funny comment from Jets Gang. I want to. If Jets get Jimmy G, he's saying I'll bet money Zach beats him out in camp. Now, it's a funny thing. Like they're going to go out and spend all this money on a quarterback, and then Zach's going to. But then again, right? So that makes no sense just based on that. But then again, like what? Where's the supporting evidence? Where?
Like, I wish. First of all, I'd be pissed because why didn't he do that and show that ability before we went out and spent the money?
Yeah, right,
Yeah,
right.
I mean,
you
then it's
bastard.
great. It's like, oh, thanks for being great now, but we already just blew $30 million a year on a
I
quarter.
know, you butthole. Now we can't get the tackle we wanted. Yeah, that's a great point, man. Right. If he does that, Jets gang, I hate him even more. Why couldn't you just do it when it was yours? You had the position, you butthole.
It's kind of like the Becton thing. Like if I want him to come back and be amazing. And don't get me wrong, even if we draft a tackle, it'll still be awesome because we'll have two of them. But it's kind of like I wish we would have known before we felt that we had to use a first-round pick on a tackle.
I'm telling you. Astamar Dark Star, still one of my favorite names out there, buddy. Checking in with a super chat. Thank you. He says, "Hey, GreenBean, trivia question. Name the only quarterback to pass 400 yards and 158 passer rating. Hint, two-time Pro Bowler. A Jet or somebody else? I need more. Is he talking about the Jets, Jeremy? I don't know if we've ever had 400 and 158 passer rating.
Did Mike White break 400 yards that game this year?
Yeah, probably Mike White.
White had it.
Geno Smith had that last game of the year in Miami that was like something like that. I don't know if it was 400 though.
Mike White was only 149 passing rating. I actually lost the point because he was too accurate. There's some limit or something. It was crazy. Let's see, 400 yards, 158 passer rating. Oh, he's a two-time Pro Bowler.
Definitely ain't fucking Geno.
Well, it's probably Lamar or Derek.
Yeah, no, wait. So 100. So listen to this: 158.3 is perfect passer rating, right? Now, Geno Smith did hit that. Geno Smith had a perfect 158.3 passer rating. I was at that game. Okay. As a matter of fact, Jeremy, I'll show you once again. This picture is from this game. This is the Geno Smith 158.3 passer rating game. I got to meet Rex Ryan. It was also Rex Ryan's last game. So not only did we lose the draft pick and stuff, but he really drove it home that Geno was the guy moving forward. We felt good about Geno Smith. And then the next year was Todd Bowles, and we built that whole team for Geno, and he got his jaw broken in the damn locker room before the season.
I think he's talking about Derek Carr.
Is he? I know, because I don't think Geno had 100. I don't think Geno had 400 yards.
Right. I think, because I don't know, Derek Carr, two-time Pro Bowler. That sounds about right. Right. I was going to say Lamar, but Lamar's been a Pro Bowler more than twice, I think. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, buddy. I mean, look, I'm pretty good with Jets lore, and obviously I've been watching NFL for a long time, so I have a lot of that. But specific numbers, like I don't know. That's not my area of strength. I remember stories. Like I'm a story guy. Like, oh, you know what happened that day? Like that's me. You know what I mean? Like the statistics of any given situation. It's not my strength. So he says, all right, let me see what he's saying here. I'm going to try to back it up. So there,
he says UCLA 1986 versus Seahawks.
Jesus. You were talking about 1986 too.
And is he saying the quarterback was from UCLA? So that rules out Ken O'Brien.
It rules out everybody I was thinking. Is it Kenny O? Kenny O was 1983.
Yeah, but Kenny O went to UC Davis, not UCLA.
No. It wasn't UC Davis?
UC Davis.
Ah.
Yeah. Because don't you remember the Jets take out of UC Davis, Division II? Everybody went crazy. Division 1B or whatever it was, or Division. Everybody went crazy when they selected him out of UC Davis.
So Billy's saying the only Jet to do it was Kenny O. So Darstar is saying it's my favorite quarterback. Who's my favorite quarterback? Do I have one? Chad
Pennington.
He never did that.
Hmm.
And he 1986. I mean, was he born in 1986, Chad? You know?
You love Ken O'Brien. Maybe he thinks you know.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. He says, sorry, it was Ken O'Brien. So that was UC Davis. Let me see. Kenny O'Brien's college. Dude, I typed in by mistake. I typed in Ken O'Brien in like V, like instead of C, and it literally Kenny O'Brien volleyball came up. It's real. He went to Jesuit High School in Carmichael, California. University of California, Davis. You're right. You're right. So it's
I live a 20-minute drive from UC Davis campus. So
oh, do you?
I should know stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the closest university here that's Division I is Sac State. And there's not a lot of guys in the NFL that came from Sac State, though.
No. Gin Pock's like, hey, what are you guys doing? When you guys were on? Yeah, I know. We just said, screw it. Let's hang out.
Because we can't get enough.
Yeah, why not? Because it's painful. Why? This is the drive the knife into your heart game. That's what this is.
I'm kind of enjoying watching Miami be behind, though.
Oh, yeah. Again, my best case scenario for me would be that Miami loses 44-zip. That's what I like. Did they? They haven't scored yet, no?
No.
Yeah, well, Namath was definitely elite, right? But you got to remember, it's a weird thing. Like, even with that, Johnny, is that even with that, like, our one true great player is the only quarterback in the NFL that has more picks than touchdowns. Like, so even that, like, whatever this is, like, we can't get a quarterback. Even the ones we find, and they're good, like Namath, he couldn't get more touchdowns than picks. That's why when people look at guys like Derek Carr, like, you suck. I'm like, do you realize how infrequent it is that Jets quarterbacks have more touchdowns than interceptions, guys? It's like we don't get to watch that. Usually, if we win, it's because of defense and running game, and it's very rarely our quarterback, dude. The last great years we had with Sanchez, dude, they were doing everything they could so Sanchez didn't lose the game for them. He would have 140 yards a game. They had the color-coded thing on his wrist. They had to bring Joe Girardi in to teach him how to slide. Like, embarrassing shit, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, you had Fitzpatrick, but that, what is that? You know what I mean? We are suckers for punishment, Joe. You're here with us. You're here too. Hey, look, the Jets Turbulence podcast. What's up, guys? Good to see you. Hope you're having a fun day without the Jets in the playoff. I was actually on their show last week. Good time. Kiss fan. It's a whole bunch of good shit over there. You can give them some love and support. The Jets Turbulence podcast. Yeah. Chad went to Marshall. Right on. And then Byron Leftwich was the quarterback after Chad at Marshall. Yeah. And Byron Leftwich stayed around and coached, and Chad left us. I think Chad has been a great coach.
And Randy Moss played there and called Chad Pennington the best quarterback to ever throw him the ball.
That's the truth. He got in all that trouble. Where was he? At Florida State, Randy Moss, right?
Yeah.
And he got in that trouble or whatever. He had to go play at lowly Marshall, and him and Chad lit the world on fire.
Okay, let's go Buffalo, baby. Knocking on the door again.
I hate rooting for the Bills. I want to make everybody know that. I'm doing it, but I hate it.
Let's see. It's 14-0.
Aston Mar says, are we rooting for the fish? No, we're not rooting for the fish. The Dolphins need to get stamped out. Whatever dreams they have of winning their first playoff game since the 90s or 70s. When is it? When's the last time they won a playoff game? Let me see this. Last time.
I think it's been 20. Has it been 20 years? 23 years?
All right. The last time the Dolphins won a playoff game, let me see here. Come on. When was the last time the Dolphins won a playoff game? Okay. The year 2000, which was 23 years ago, everybody.
Look how good he is.
Who?
Josh Allen. I mean, you want to see a quarterback? That's a quarterback. Man, why can't never in our history if we got anybody that's even remotely like this.
Let me ask the chat something here.
The greatest pass ever.
GreenBean, who co-wrote 4 songs on Kiss Revenge? Dude, come on. What are we talking about here? Vinnie Vincent saved Kiss twice, my friend. You know, he gets a bad rap, that Vinnie Vincent. He really does. And let me tell you something. The truth is, Vinnie Vincent, some of my absolutely favorite Kiss tunes are Vinnie Vincent tunes. Absolutely. Like I was saying, like Lick It Up is kind of my secret love. A lot of people don't, they don't realize. Kiss, Lick It Up is badassery at its finest. Most of that album is Vinnie Vincent. And those are, I have the tapes. I got to find them. But like the recordings, like On the Eighth Day and all that kind of shit, like those were already Vinnie Vincent tunes. The riff, the song, everything about it. Gene just took it, changed the lyrics, and gave himself a writing credit. It's like Vinnie Vincent was the shit, dude. Now, wait, Jettasonic, I want to be clear here, right? This goes in stages, like, because a lot of people like to, it's a good question. I'm thanking you for the refining elements in it woven within this question. People are going to hear me rooting for the Bills against the Dolphins and say, oh, GreenBean wants to book Bills too. Dude, let me just make sure. Everything to me is today. Okay, I do things by the day, by the situation. What I want today has no bearing on what I want tomorrow. None. I can change my mind. And you know what I mean? It has nothing to do with it. So everything is piecemeal right now. What I want is the Bills to get the Dolphins out of the playoffs. Sad to say, I want the Vikings to get the Giants out of the playoffs. Now, why do I want the Giants out of the playoffs? Some of the people I love dearly are Giants fans. Because I don't want the other side of New York having anything over us, man. I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of the Giants. I want them out. I want them done. I don't want to hear it. All right. That's what it is. Very, very, very petty and personal on my end. So I want the Bills to push the Dolphins out. But then I want the Bills, like if they play the Bengals or whoever it is, I want them out. Right? You know what I mean? I wish the Jags were pushed out, but they weren't. I wanted I wanted the Chargers to beat the Jags. I don't want to hear their mouths, but they didn't because they suck. And now I got to listen to the Trevor Lawrence stuff and watch a guy that I wanted very badly that year. I thought it was our year, man. I'm like, oh my God, we're really going to get the guy finally. And we blew it. But so I don't even know. I have to look at the playoff boards. But like ultimately what I want is like the Chiefs, Eagles. You know what I mean? That's what I want. Or that would be a Super Bowl I'd like. Right. And I can just calm down and not give a shit.
Let Buffalo knock out Miami for us, and then let's watch. And then hopefully we watch Buffalo lose to Kansas City or Cincinnati, whoever it is, and we're happy.
Yeah. Right. It's all about limiting my pain, and therefore I feel like I speak for Jetnation at large, right? Like not everybody, of course, but the soul of a Jets fan, I am comfortable saying I speak for. I know what's going to hurt us the least, and that's what I go for. I want your pain to be mitigated as best it can, you see? So Jets Turbulence, he says, you're right, man. I love that you know that stuff. That's so cool. He keeps throwing Kiss questions at me. Now there's going to be lots of questions I can't answer, of course. But dude, like
Wow.
I mean, I've hung out with Kiss, like all kinds of stuff, man. You know what I mean? Like I'm a pretty good, the Kiss history I got pretty good. Pretty good. But look, look, this one, let's put the X in sex. I want you to know Kiss fans are not proud of that. That was a bad moment in Kiss history. Okay? Tolosi, a bad moment. Let's see what else we got here. Oh yeah, sneakers to boot. You already know it. But and the truth is it's a real excuse. I mean, not only do they not have their starting quarterback, they don't have their second quarterback. You know what I mean? So they're on their third string quarterback. It's real. Now, but what they're getting to see is all this bullshit that half of Miami fans were saying Skylar's the next this, that. They now know that's not the case. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe he's shown enough to keep him around and develop him, but he's not ready now. You know what I mean? Jets gang, you and me both, buddy. We agree. Like when it all falls, when the smoke settles, I was fucking devastated when we lost that number 1 overall pick. I was devastated. I rooted for losses for 12 straight weeks or whatever it was.
Yeah. Oh my God. With the Raiders, I was so happy when the Raiders scored that touchdown.
Oh my God.
Like I was jumping up and down and screaming, and Jocelyn was so confused. She goes, "Isn't that bad for the Jets?" And I said, "No, it's not bad."
I know. Well, you know, and funny because they fired Greg Williams, and that was, I mean, dude, it was so stupid. The play before Greg Williams had all the coverage out there, he had like, you know, he only rushed 3 guys. Dude, they got burned. Marcus May in particular got burned. Yeah. And Derek Carr just didn't connect. And so the next day he said, I'm not going down like that. I'm not going out like that. I'm going to crush this guy. And let me tell you something. It worked.
Yeah. Yeah. Cover 3 didn't work. We got burned on cover 3. So he didn't want to try cover 3 again.
That's right. Greg Williams is a fantastic defensive coordinator. Now his era is past, but he was he made lemonade out of lemons right before our eyes, man. He made that the 5th overall defense for a spell there.
It was the one good portion of our team, and he was the only guy that cared about our future. I looked at him like he was a hero.
And then they fired him. They fired him after that, and then we won we won 2 more games. It's crazy.
I think Greg Williams was thinking, let them have this touchdown. Next year, you give me Trevor Lawrence on the offense. I'll give you the defense take us to the
That's right. Leave the defense to me. You give me chopped liver. I'll make you filet mignon. Don't worry about it. And that's the thing. Like, he was good, dude. You know, he got a bad rap, that guy. So Matt Martino pulling out another secret love of mine. Not everybody knows about King Diamond, Matt. Well, my favorite King Diamond album has got to be Abigail. Now, I love lots of King Diamond stuff. I love Fatal Portrait. I absolutely adore them. I like Conspiracy. I love Spider's Lullaby. I'm a big fan of the Puppet Master. But when it boils down, Abigail is the album. Now, when I lived in Florida, he was doing the Abigail tour, right? He was playing the full album of Abigail. They weren't coming to Florida. I literally flew up twice on that tour, actually, but I flew up to see him in Times Square at the the Nokia Theater or something like that, Best Buy Theater, one of those. I flew all the way to New York by myself just to watch that show, and then I left the next morning. That's what I did, all to see King Diamond. All right, Tony Alexio, our buddy, checking in. What's up, Tony? Good to see you, man. Thank you for the super chat. He says, can we trade some picks and Zach to the 49ers for Purdy, who looks like the next Brady? I'll tell you what. You know what they might do? They might be willing to trade Trey Lance and recoup some of that. Just keep Jimmy G and Brock Purdy, dude. Make Jimmy G your backup. You know what I mean? I don't know. Trey Lance is still on his rookie contract, so there's that. But, dude, talk about a team that didn't need to do what they did. I mean, that's the thing. Like, nobody, like, we get held over the coals for any little mistake that we make, right? Any mistake. People fire Joe Douglas. Look at what John Lynch did. He traded 3 first-round picks and a third to move up 6 spots to grab a quarterback who's been injured for 2 years, and you haven't needed. You had Jimmy G on. You haven't needed him for a second. Everybody else is playing better than him. Like,
Now, I'll tell you what, it's only the fact that they're winning games. That's what covers it all. But what do you think, man? You think the Niners bite on a trade like that, Jeremy?
No.
No?
Well, I think the Niners are keeping Purdy because Purdy, at the very least, so I think Trey Lance and Purdy will be a quarterback competition. But I think at the very least, what Purdy has given the Niners is they've set them free from Jimmy G and having to pay him. Because now if Trey Lance doesn't work out, they know they have a quarterback that functions in their system.
Yeah.
Right?
Tell you what, dude, Brock Purdy looks great to me, man. He looks like Brock Purdy. Like I watched chunks of that game last night, yesterday, the Niners game. Admittedly, I was up to my ears and I was working on stuff, but what I watched a guy who was cool as a cucumber. Pressure, no problem. Just steps outside of it. Needs to run a little bitty. If he needs to run out of the pocket to throw it out of bounds, no problem. He needs to dump it off, no problem. Guy's open, 12-yard, hit him. It seemed like, honest to God, what I watched yesterday would have been the best quarterback play of a Jets quarterback in 5 years, 6 years. Easy, dude.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Just what I watched yesterday from that guy.
Great scrambling, too. Great pocket awareness.
Yep. He just pulls out and he makes it look easy, dude.
Yeah. Like, it wasn't like just, he's throwing these quick little checkdowns. He was running for his life, but I was like saying, wow, he has that same thing that Zach has in that he could feel it. He does have that awareness of what's going on around him. Except that when he's running, he then throws a perfect strike to a receiver.
Yeah, right. That's the difference. I mean, look, you got to give it. One of Zach's just incredible talents is his ability to feel the pressure and escape. I mean, he's elite at doing that. But he took that and started making it into this weird, never end the play, like run backwards at all costs. Like I don't know, it like became a monster. You know what I mean? It took on a life of its own.
It doesn't work when you do it on purpose. It's more of it works when it's completely off script. So the defense doesn't know how to deal with it because they're coming at, the second you start scripting it, the defense catches on and learns how to stop it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the truth, man. It's the truth. Hennessy says McVay is such a good coach that he wants to retire when they suck. Well, you know what, dude? I mean, he sold the farm, the future, for now. So he doesn't want to do it. He's like, dude, I don't even have anything to rebuild with. You know what I mean? What am I going to rebuild with? I don't know if he's leaving or not. I don't know if he's officially left yet.
No, he's staying.
He's staying. Okay.
He announced that he's staying one more year, and he's bringing Mike LaFleur onto his offensive staff.
Is that true?
Yeah, Mike LaFleur is going to the Rams. He's joining the Rams. Dude? He might technically be the OC, possibly, because the OC left, but McVay calls the plays, so it's not really.
Yeah, Mike LaFleur is going to do great over there. They've worked together before. They were on the Redskins staff together.
Yeah, these guys they bounced around all over the place. Yeah. Solid said that. We know they all have contacts everywhere. Oh my God, that was a ridiculous pass. Watch this play.
No, let me see that.
Skylar Thompson just pulled a Zach Wilson. Watch this.
All right, I'm excited. Let me see this.
We got first Zach Wilson throw.
Yep. Oh my God. Yeah, that did look very Zach-esque.
Yeah, very Zach-esque. Right? Yeah. Let me just.
Yeah. Isn't it though, Jingle Dub? So Ohio Jets fan bringing up Wasp, another one of my favorites. It's interesting. Our friends of ours, actually a diehard Jets fan, Joe the Cop, is good friends with the bassist in Wasp, Mike Duda. So when they come around, we always go get in for free, the whole thing, go see Wasp. I love Wasp. That's another one, man. Nobody talks about Wasp. I love Wasp. You know what that stands for, Jeremy? Do you know what Wasp stands for?
No.
We are sexual perverts. Interestingly enough, though, the lead singer, Blackie Lawless, has since become a born-again Christian, very right-wing, like extreme Christian, and he won't even play some of the songs that he wrote back then because they're so vile, just completely inappropriate. And he won't even sing them. He'll say, I'll never sing, I'll never play it or sing it again. There's a few of those. But he's still badass. Yeah. Let's see. I know Neil Peart, totally, man. Neil Peart was the best. I got to see Rush. What are you saying, Jeremy? Sorry, go on.
No, I was saying he's such a good drummer, man. It's like the first drum. It's the first time in my life I learned the difference.
Right. He was the first guy that like non-drummer people realized was like an exceptional drummer. It's like, yeah, right. He stands out.
Yeah.
Neil Peart was amazing, dude. I got to see Rush like I don't know, a year, 2 years before he passed away. It was like after, because his son died, and Neil Peart just got on a motorcycle and drove around for 2 years up and down the coast. He just like nobody knew where he was. The whole thing, he just disappeared and kind of mourned his son. Then when he came back, I think they made an album and they toured a little bit. But I got to see him. But yeah, man.
Just to give everybody an update in case you're wondering, the Skylar Thompson for the Miami Dolphins is officially 3 for 10, 47 yards, 4.7 yards per attempt, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception for a lofty 7.1 quarterback rating.
There you go. Zach's not the only one that can hold up the bottom end. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was Miami fans swear wanting this guy to play over Tua at the beginning of the year.
Totally. There was the Tony Alexio Strebler thing. Right, Tony? They were screaming for Skylar. Now, guys, you guys are bringing up AC/DC. I'm gonna show you guys something that you might not know about me. I'm gonna have to do it in a way that I don't get dinged.
You can't play Back in Black.
No. But I was in. Stop it. All right. I was in one of AC/DC's videos. I was prominently in it too, because I was working for my cousin does for his career. What he owns a company that does cars for films. So like The Sopranos and Law and Order. And I used to always work on those shows, and we'd bring the ambulances. And a lot of times I'd get to like drive the stunt scenes. Like, so if there's an ambulance whipping around the corner, a lot of the time that's me, right? Driving that. What happened? All right, let me watch this play. 3rd and 16. Hold on. I'm going to tell us.
They did a Mike LaFleur play, and that didn't even work.
Oh, yeah, and he dropped it because he knew. Why even catch this?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. Like, why even catch this? We got 16 yards. I'm on the line of scrimmage, and there's 2 defenders standing right there. Like,
right. I'm just going to get crushed.
Right. I'm going to get crushed.
For the same 3 points.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so a lot of the times, like I would end up being the guy that drives the car. So when we did this AC/DC video, they wanted a 1965 Chevy, and it has the stick on the, like you have to drive it a very specific way, and nobody can drive it. And it's a classic car. So I was the only person that could drive it. Did he miss it? Oh, they scored. It won't be a shutout.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah. So anyway, I was the only person that could drive this truck, and it just so happened that the truck was prominently in the videos. Like they ended up jumping all over it and doing all this shit. I don't think the guy knew, the guy that rented him the truck. But anyway, so I'm the guy driving the truck in the video, and the director was telling me he wants me to like get into it and do the whole thing. And so I'll show you guys GreenBean in the AC/DC video. I got lots of these little me and I'll show you. Look, I can't show you too much, but like, look at this, Jeremy. I'll show you. Like, so I'm driving the blue truck. Watch this. I'm going to show you. This is a little bonus for you guys. All right. A little bonus. So you see the truck, just so you can see the truck. Can you see it?
Yeah.
See the blue truck. So I'm the guy driving the blue truck right now, because I'm the only guy that can drive that truck. Nobody else is allowed to. So you see me.
That's you?
Here. Yeah. You'll see. So I'm going to hold on a second. Let me get this off so I don't get in trouble. Hold on. I'm going to find you a good scene. I'm not going to play the video. I'm going to just find you a scene with me in there. But yeah, it was really cool, man. I got to have this moment with, okay, here. Okay, hold on. Where Angus Young he jumped on the roof of the truck, and he's doing his solo, and he like stuck the guitar in my face and shit. It was like just the coolest moment, man. It was so awesome. Let me show you. So I'll try to get it. Let me see here. There's a couple really good moments, but They're fast, so I gotta try to pause it on one for you guys. I'll show you. I'll show you like 2. There she is. I remember that girl dancing around. I remember her. Come on. All right, sorry. I'm trying to fucking find it. It's funny talking about bands. I had a long history with like rock and roll, man. I was in show business for, I don't know, 25 years. You know what I mean?
Yep.
In one facet or another, Jeremy, you know?
Just what we need, a movie called 80 for Brady.
What is it called?
80 for Brady. It's showing these old ladies. I guess they're Tom Brady fans or something.
Oh,
What the hell's going on?
Yeah, they're all going to be his peers not too long. Come on, guys, where the hell's these scenes? I thought I had one for you. I guess I wasn't too good. I'll show you. There's a couple really good ones here. Let me try to. All right. Let me see this. I'll show you real quick. You know, this one you might not see my face. I'm going to show you though, just a moment. So fucking cool. Now I'll just get you to the face. Hold on. It's so fast. There's a lot of like very fast cuts and stuff like that. If you watch it, you end up seeing me like 5 or 6 times, like really good, but they're fast. So I'm going to get you the one long one. Let's see here. And I'm afraid to, I would just play it, but I'm afraid to play it because, you know, they're going to get me, dude. That's what they're going to do. They're going to come and get me, Jeremy.
Yeah. They take away all your money.
All right. There we go. All right. I got it.
They send you a message saying, thanks for Tony Alexio super chat, dum-dum.
Yeah. Look, that's me right there.
Oh, wow.
See the shirt I'm wearing, everybody?
Yeah, look at that.
Shirt. Can you guys see the shirt? Can you tell?
It looks like a Sanchez jersey or something.
No, it's a hoodie. It says Jets. It's just a Jets hoodie.
The green. I thought it was a 6. Look at you with that. Just look at you.
Look at that.
Look at you.
See that? But look how cool that is, man. I got Malcolm Young in the back. I had Angus Young in the front. They were jumping. It was amazing, dude. 2 days I got to do this. There's GreenBean in the AC/DC video, guys. There it is.
Wow, that's so cool.
I could have been somebody, Jeremy. I could have been somebody.
Now I have to ask, in that moment, what was your state of mind?
Right there?
Yeah.
I was having the best time. Like, you know, in between takes, like the singer's literally standing to my left, Brian Johnson. Angus Young is 3 feet in the bed of the truck before Malcolm Young. So like between takes, we would just chat. We would just talk. So I like literally hung out with AC/DC, who I love, by the way. Like I'm a huge AC/DC fan. So I got to like hang out with them for 2 days and talk about all sorts of shit. I asked them questions about this, that. So like right there, I'm having a blast, man. You know what I mean?
I guess what I really meant was, were you sober? Were you?
Oh no, I wasn't drunk or anything. I was working. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I was definitely high on weed, no doubt. I was taking breaks and smoking joints. Sure. Yeah. So there it is, guys. There's GreenBean in the. Yeah, look at Baby Bean. I know I didn't have a beard. I was in a band too. Like I left this thing and I was rehearsing with my band that night. And they were like, they couldn't believe I was in it. All right, so let me shut this off now. There it is, though, guys, for your viewing pleasure. All right, what do we got in this game? Looks like there's a big fight going on. What's the fight, Jeremy?
There's a flag. There was an interception.
Look, he's got a Miami Dolphins helmet in his hand. This guy.
Oh.
Who's number 73? Who is that guy?
I don't know. Oh, somebody shoved Allen in the block. He pushed him back. They're now fighting. Oh, it's Josh Allen fighting with a defensive lineman who was blocking him. His players come to defend him, something we don't see the Jets do. And then they jump all over him and start beating them up.
You see that? Oh, look at that. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. The ref's like, hey, guys. Oh, there's a ref. See the second ref? That's what you got to do. Wow. He's throwing flags. They're all throwing flags. They're throwing flags. If he gets up, we'll all get up. There will be anarchy.
How many people know where that's from?
I know, right? I don't even know anymore.
You got to be an 80s person to know that. Oh, you know where that's from.
Me? Of course.
Of course. You.
Yeah.
One of the greatest movies ever made.
Ever. And it's the best John Hughes film, period, in my opinion. I love John Hughes. John Hughes, man. You want to talk about, I mean, the best movies ever, dude. I mean, for whether it's Home Alone, whether it's, all the, Vacation, whether it's 16 Candles, Breakfast Club, it doesn't matter. Like all that whole generation of movies, all the best, they're all him. And he died young, dude. He just died suddenly, like 50 years old kind of thing, maybe in his 40s. Like Ferris Bueller, like it's all Hughes. So offsetting penalties. Why even throw the flag? You know what I mean? Stupid. Tony Alexio, GreenBean is somebody that helps our fans. God bless my favorite dummy with her hemorrhoids. Oh, Tony, you have become one of my faves. Truly. That's funny. What else we got here? So now there's an interception. The Dolphins get a pick. That was a nice pick too, man. Let me tell you something. Who was that? Was that Xavier McDaniel? Or Howard, I mean? McDaniel.
I'm not sure. I'd have to watch, but let me figure it out.
Get him. There you go. Shaq Lawson, everybody. Shaq Lawson. Right. Thank you, Rich. I am somebody. Thank you. I'm working on it.
That was Xavier Howard with the interception.
See that? That was a beautiful pick. Like let's give credit. Like we can bash, right? I'm a big bash fan. But where credit is due, you got to give it too. That's what I believe. Like, some people, like, they get into this thing. They say, that guy sucks or whatever. And then if he does something good, they're like prisoners. They can't acknowledge it. Like, just acknowledge it. It's more fun, dude. Let me tell you something. When you can be the kind of fan that isn't the prisoner to your own ideas, it's much more fun. I'm going to tell you guys that. Being loose, like not feeling like somebody stabbed your mother when your team loses or something like that. You just go,
Yeah. I'll tell you, though, that's the area when people say, how can Sauce get any better? That's the area where Sauce can get even better.
Oh, yeah.
That's totally the area for growth for him.
But he's not going to do that, right? Because if he, like, what makes him so good is how he reads the wide receiver, right? How he just looks at the wide receiver and he reacts to what the wide receiver does. He's brilliant at it. Like one of the best I've seen.
Yeah.
So in order to do that, hold on. All right. He can't take his eyes off long enough to get the pick. I fear that he's not going to be an interception guy. That's just, I mean, here and there, of course, he'll get some. But those, like, when they test him downfield, like he's doing something. He has I don't want to say a gimmick, but he has a technique, and that doesn't allow for him to kind of turn and get the ball, get the interception a lot.
Well, eventually he's not going to get interceptions because they're just not going to throw at him anyway.
Yeah, he's going to be Revis, dude. Every team thought to attack him this year. Every team. That's why, like, the whole argument that who's the kid from oh my God, you got to make that tackle, loser. What's the other kid from Seattle? His name is escaping me. The other guy that
Woolen.
Right, Tariq Woolen, right. So they're making this case, like, how can Sauce possibly be, Pro Bowler over him, All Pro over him? He's got more picks and this. And what people aren't realizing is that all of Sauce Gardner's numbers are coming from him, like touchdowns, game winners. Like, that's all of his big stats are like last play of the game or like in the end zone. Like, it was teams tried him all year because he was a rookie and he's on the outside, right? So they're trying him like that. And most of his passes defensed are on big plays like that. Like, if the guy catches it, it's a touchdown. Or how many times last play of the game? like it's a 1-score game and it's in the end zone. And if Sauce doesn't have perfect coverage, we lose. Like, how many of those did we see? And that's the thing. He's cool as ice, dude. Like, he doesn't get it. He's not affected by the heat of the moment. He's just not. And like, that's the difference. And like, when you look at, interceptions, of course, interceptions are huge. But that's not, just the guy with interception that's not the whole story. So when you look at it numerically, there is an argument, and you got to be happy with he's a 5th-round pick, I think, right? You got to be psyched about that.
Yeah, incredible.
But I don't think it's really a comparison. And Sauce Gardner was, he was the guy on our defense. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. He, I don't think people understand how many more points per game we would have given up if we didn't have him. Because there was, like you're saying, there were amazing plays where he was able to break it up. He got his hands in there in between the receiver's arms. Just incredible breakups.
Yeah, totally. So Joe Campione, what's up, Joe? Good to see you, buddy. He says, if a quarterback slides to 13, would you do a pick swap with Green Bay or Washington for Love or Howell? So you mean like, all right, so that's interesting. It all depends on if we get a quarterback before that, right? Like, free agency is before the draft, so you got to do that whole thing. I'd hate to see us get out of free agency without the guy. That'd be unnerving. But let's say for a second that we don't. We don't go the vet route or, the free agency route. It's an interesting question, Jeremy. So you're at 13. There's a couple good quarterbacks there. Teams want them. You know it. I don't know if Green Bay is going to want to come up, because if they keep Aaron Rodgers, then he's good. You know what I mean? Then they're good. They got him under contract for 4 more years or whatever it is. So I don't know about that, but let's say Washington or something. Oh my God!
Is that a shot or what?
Flag, dude. No flag.
I was waiting for you to.
Holy macaroni, guys! Dude, that's football. I miss it. You only see it once a week these days. He could have got it too. If his hand wasn't there, that would have been a helmet to helmet. Look at this.
You want to talk about a quarterback wanting to get his running back killed?
Yeah, he doesn't know yet. He doesn't know. He's just getting the ball out. That's it. But it's an interesting question. Like, would you? So just to like, where's Washington? Let me see here. NFL draft order. Jesus, dude, using this computer is so hard. Like, my computer is in the shop, so to speak. Apple has mine, so I'm using my wife's computer. It's older, and the keyboard, it's just everything is different. It's very difficult.
You don't realize.
Yeah, you don't realize how different everything. So, okay, so the Washington Redskins, guys, and I'll share this with you. Real quick, I just want to point out again, that's GreenBean in the stiff upper lip video. All right, let me stop that, and I'll share this with you, so we can take a look at this draft stuff. It's a good question. It's a good question here. We'll see. Well, I almost went back to the video and shared the video. Okay, so here's what we got, Jeremy. Can you see the draft order?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Chicago stole the first overall pick from the Texans because they're morons. So then, okay, so look at this, dude. Seattle gets the 5th overall pick for unbelievable. The Rams, it's like Detroit gets the 6th. Unbelievable. All right, so the Jets are at 13. Now, Washington is at 16. And Joe mentioned the Packers as well at 15. So would you be willing to swap those picks? So to jump down to, let's say, Washington at 16. So you go down. Well, what does Washington have? So,
but what's Washington afraid of? Why are they trading up?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's interesting when you say Love. It's interesting. Like, would you trade back for Love if they wanted to move it? They give you Love and you slide back 3 spots. I would do that.
I would do it in a second, but why would they do it is the question.
Because they're going to lose them. And they want, right, but who do they want up there? That's right. He's saying a quarterback. But I don't know if they'd want a quarterback.
Right. I don't know. I mean, what does it hurt us to do it? Because if you look, it depends on who's on the board. Who do we think New England wants? Who do we, it might make sense to slide back.
Yeah.
If we're going to still get our guy anyway.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think you got to entertain stuff like that. I'm really hoping that we can trade back. Like, I'm hoping that we can gain another second round pick or something like that. I'd really like that, but either way, you just, I think we got to get a tackle, or for me, it's a tackle, guard, center, like an offensive lineman at 13, or if you can get the best defensive tackle in the draft, or like the best free safety in the draft, I would do that too. Like if a couple tackles are taken and you know that you're kind of in the second tier and you can get a guy with your second that's going to be on par. And I would just take the best free safety, you know what I mean? Because I think our needs, for me, what I see outside of quarterback, of course, but I see offensive line, I see defensive tackle, I see free safety, and right behind that, I see linebacker. But I really do like Sherwood. KD, just to acknowledge this comment, I agree, buddy. He says, Josh Allen being a sore loser when he fucks up is never going to get – I'm with you, dude. I think that's the thing with Josh Allen. Like, he's clearly a stud, right? We know that. There's no real debate about that. But, boy, does that guy have a propensity to do stupid stuff. And he is a true sore loser, man. He gets really petty, and you can knock him off his game. And I like that he has that kind of that kryptonite. You know what I mean? I like that. Where Brady was just like, there was like nothing you could do. You know what I mean? He was impervious. So, all right. All right. Hennessy says Sauce said he wants 10 picks next season. Yeah, I would love Sauce to have 10 picks next season, right? But like Jeremy said, if he's going to work on something this offseason, he can improve there significantly. What do you have, 2? I think he had 2 picks, Jeremy. Is that what he had?
Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to remember, the second one was called back.
Well, that was the Green Bay one. Remember that one? He had a couple called back. That Green Bay, that was a pick 6. Oh my God, that was beautiful. If it just touched the ground, you know what I mean, before it got in the air. Scott Wilson wants to know my favorite Rogan guest. Well, there are so many, but I got to be honest and tell you my favorite guests on Rogan are when Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson are on. I love those guys. That's an area of interest for me. Lost civilizations and stuff like that. I'm really into that. Tony Alexio says, please bless us with your expertise on offensive coordinator. Well, I'll tell you what. Well, Jeremy, let me ask you: if you have your choice, do you have an idea who you want?
I was interested in Bevel, I guess. Like Bevel caught my interest. That's if you want to stay with a very similar offensive system, I think, and scheme.
Yeah,
they don't care about that, so that opens up the door. Them talking to the guy from who are they talking to? They just talked to him from today, from Indianapolis. The offensive coordinator from Indianapolis. They spoke to him today. That's interesting. He worked with Frank Reich, but he's never Reich. But he's never.
Want you to know. I'll help you.
No. But he didn't call the games. The problem is that he didn't call the offensive plays when he was with Indianapolis. But you figure that he learned something.
But I don't know. You know what? But like Frank Reich, man, he's a little spooky to me. I don't know what he's done. Like he got hired after being the offensive coordinator for the Super Bowl Eagles, right?
Yeah.
But you see Peterson, what he's doing down there in Jacksonville. Frank Reich, dude, he's had 5 different quarterbacks. He had Andrew Luck. He had Phillip Rivers. They went and got him his quarterback, Carson Wentz. They brought on Nick Foles. They had Matt Ryan. Like, so what is it that he's been a large part of failure? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So I don't know how I feel about him, but I mean,
now, the guy they were talking to, that was the former OC of Indianapolis, I think is the passing coordinator for Philadelphia now, currently. So I think so. That's interesting, right? Because Philly looks damn good with a Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. We just interviewed. That might be the guy. Is that the guy? What was his name? So he was with Philly. He was like their passing game coordinator.
Yeah, let me
You
look.
just interviewed. Is that the guy you're talking about?
Yeah, let me look it up here.
Okay. Now I gotta be honest. He's not like you said. He wasn't responsible for calling plays. I really want someone who's not doing it for the first time, man. I gotta say, dude, Bevel is really interesting.
Marcus Brady.
Yeah, Marcus Brady.
Marcus Brady.
That's who you like. Yeah, I looked at him yesterday. But I gotta say, I'm a big fan of Greg Olson, especially if we're able to get Carr. Like reuniting those guys, I think would be a positive. But I gotta say, Darrell Bevel is really intriguing to me. He's been an offensive coordinator and quarterback coach for many years, and I'm going to tell you guys this: he was the guy largely responsible for Russell Wilson. Like the way Pete Carroll said it was when they drafted Russell Wilson, he was Darrell's project. Like he was Darrell Bevel's project. So he developed Russell Wilson, man. At least had a large hand in it. Look at this. There you go. Rub it in that face. Rub it in that face.
I'll tell you, he should have been. I don't know where he was or what he was doing or if they took a shot at it. But he's the guy that they should have, when the tragedy with Knapp happens, they should have went for him to be that senior guy on the staff.
Yeah, but he was already locked up. He was with the Jags. He was under well, interestingly enough, Darrell Bevel's really fascinating. The last 2 years, he was the guy. He was on staffs that got fired, and he was the guy that they chose for interim head coach. So last year, he was the interim head coach for the Jags. The year before that, when they fired Matt Patricia, he was the interim coach for the Lions. Like, so, dude, this guy is a wealth of experience and knowledge, and he's had success, dude. Like, he's had a ton of success. I believe he was no, it was different. But anyway, he's been in the league for a long time. Plenty of it. He's been a quarterback coach. He's been an offensive coordinator. He's been a head coach. Like all the stuff that you want. I gotta say, Darrell Bevel might be the most attractive to me. And I was thinking Greg Olson was my favorite. I might be Darrell Bevel. Giyu says if Paris Johnson is there at 13, I'm taking him. Might even trade up for him because New England will. I don't know. I mean, look, I would be very happy with that. Again, I just started looking at players. I started with the defensive tackles. I don't think we're going to use – if we go defensive line, I don't see us going outside. We did that last year. We got JJ and Michael Clemens on the outside. We also hopefully are re-signing Bryce Huff. But I think that we went that way, at least up top with the draft. So I'm looking at a big, fat defensive tackle. That's what I think. So anyway, but next is offensive line on my list. Now, Paris Johnson is a guy that's on everybody's lips, but there's a few more. The guy from Georgia is very interesting, and there's another one that is kind of considered like the part of that top three. But yeah, anyway, I think Paris Johnson might be the best guy, and if he's there at 13, shit. If you can get the best tackle, you can get your top tackle on your board, do it. It's that simple. Don't play games, do it. That's my thoughts.
Yeah, there's four guys, there's four tackles that might be first round worthy. And he's definitely one of the good ones. There's also Stromnowski.
Yeah, right.
What I like about him is that he's a really good pass defending blocker too. That's
his strength.
That's his strength. Yeah, I think he allowed 3 pressures the whole year.
How the hell did this happen? What just happened?
Punt.
So they didn't get points off that?
No.
Was it called back?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wasn't watching. What happened? You guys got to let me know what's happening here.
It was called back for touching the ground.
That's bullshit. I don't think that happened. I think that's baloney. Sneakers to boots, Carr and Olsen, no Lamar, and keep our first rounders. The thing is, you might not be able to for Carr either. Sneakers to boots. The Raiders are going to definitely try to get something for him, definitely. And I would imagine, I mean, think about this, guys. He's a 4,000 yard a season quarterback. He's got a career average of 65% completion percentage. He's got 2-to-1 touchdowns for picks. You know what I mean? Like, he's a commodity, and he's only in his 9th year. I mean, as far as quarterbacks go, that's, you can play another 10, 15 years, depending. Okay, there you go. Good defense. So anyway, I think there's value there, and the Raiders know that. You know what I mean? So where are the Raiders picking here? So the Raiders are picking at 7.
7, yeah.
Yeah. So the Raiders are picking at 7, guys. So they probably, unless they go out and get Tom Brady,
they'll still take a quarterback, even if they go out and get Brady.
They might then have them grooming there, right? Start do it long term. They're doing the long term thing. Like, you bring in Tom Brady, you put your quarterback, pick your quarterback and let him sit behind Tom Brady for 1 or 2 years.
It's perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Now I'm really curious to see what the Bucks have with Kyle Trask. He's been quietly sitting there for 3 years or 2 years under Brady, and he was a guy I was fine with the Jets making that big trade, not taking Zach Wilson and taking Kyle Trask later. I was totally fine with that. Now he was raw. He's got some things to work on, but he's been sitting there with Byron Leftwich and Tom Brady for 2 years, dude. Come on. And he had Arians for 1 year.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? Like, that guy, they might have a gem with him, but maybe McDaniels can do the same thing. What's up, buddy? Thank you for the pizzas. Team Bean just stopped in with some slices.
Yeah, just made it.
Nice.
Yeah. This is DiGiorno.
Do you ask for it, or is the rest of your family just someone saying, give this to dad?
No, that's him. That's all him. He knows. He's
felt guilty. If
he's got it in his soul. He's a good kid. You know what I mean?
That's awesome.
Yeah, he knows. Like, I can't make a pizza and not give my dad some.
Girls is gonna be mad at me.
Especially because I beat him
Yeah.
for shit like that. Who ate my M&Ms?
I know, dude. It's like, who ate the last Big Newton?
Yeah.
It happened before.
Like, listen, anybody can eat whatever they want in this house, but no one can eat the last of anything but me. That's it.
Right.
If there's the last of anything, it's mine. I need everybody in the house to know that. Maybe I'll give it to you if you ask, but nobody eats the last chocolate chip, the last piece of chocolate, the last Fig Newton. It's mine. All right? The last anything is mine.
Do you know the worst crime you could have committed when I was growing up in my house was you finish that bottle of Pepsi in the fridge and don't put another one in. My dad comes home from work and there's no cold Pepsi. There was hell to pay.
I think we've talked about this before.
Hell to pay. And my friends used to know. My friends used to come up to me because my mom used to scream like, Manny, Manny, kill them. They drank the Pepsi. So my friends would yell at me. My friends would yell that at me if they saw me drinking Pepsi. They'd be like, Manny, he's drinking all your Pepsi.
It's just funny. I'd say, look, your dad, man. Dad's got their things. You got to have a couple things you hang on to.
Oh, I'll show you pictures. Now he's on diet. Now he's on diet Pepsi, and I'll show you pictures. Like, when I visit him, I have to help him to the supermarket because it's on sale, and we buy 30 2-liter bottles of diet Pepsi.
Right. Amazing. Amazing. So Daniel Murphy, GreenBean, have you watched the Cool Your Jets pod looking over Beverly? No, I haven't. Now, number one, it's an interesting word you use, watch. I don't watch the Cool Your Jets. I listen. Do they do a video of it? I didn't know they did a video of it. Or is it just audio on YouTube? A lot of people do that.
Yeah.
But I love the Cool Your Jets podcast. I've publicly proclaimed my affinity for that pod for a couple of years now. I mean, I think it's one of the best, if not the best podcast out there. I'm also a huge fan of O'Leary's. I think I might like O'Leary's more. It's my cup of tea. But I love the Cool Your Jets podcast with Nanya and Ben Blessington. I think they're exceptional. And every now and then they'll have some good guests, or they even have Robbie Sabo pops in from time to time. So it's a great podcast. If you guys aren't listening to it, but I haven't in like 3 weeks, maybe 2-3 weeks. You know, the truth is I haven't ingested that much like extra Jet stuff. I needed a minute. Like, I'm disappointed. You know what I mean? I need a minute. I'm still paying attention, but not to the degree that I usually do. Like, I need a week or two. I'm sad, man. You know what I mean? I'm sad.
Yeah, there are guys still racing to like cover videos on who we're talking to, OC candidates, and I can't. I need a break. I can't sit there and
Yeah.
like go crazy over every candidate we're talking to. I
Right.
can't do
That's
it.
the
I
thing.
can't do it.
Totally. And that's what's going on. It's like nuts. Like, people are, you know, like, none of this shit means anything. It's just an interview. It just is what it is. And I get it. I'm usually there, but like, after disappointment, like, there are fans. I have friends of mine that are diehard fans that when we lose, like, that energy is, they're more into that. Like, they'll watch every podcast, they'll watch every YouTube video, read every article when we lose. And when we win, they're just like, you know, they enjoy it, but they're not as in. Like, there are people that will consume the negative more readily than the positive. I'm the other way. You know what I mean? I'm like, when it's positive, I can literally not get enough. When it's negative, I get enough that I know exactly what's happening, and then I'm not a glutton for punishment. For me, I don't like to pour salt on my own wounds. I just don't like it. You know what I mean? Right or wrong, I'm just saying. So Aiden Murphy wants to know, have you seen Saaki Ika? Yeah, man. He was the second player I looked into. Yes, I have, and I love him. He's 350, and that's the kind of guy that I want. I don't want like a 300-pounder, you know. I want like a big boy. Let me see. I think he's 350. I'm gonna look him up right now. Yeah, he's 6'3", 350. I think he's like the biggest one, man. I mean, Coburn from Texas is 345. You got Gerard Clark.
Oh no!
What happened?
Oh no! Oh, you don't want an interception. Oh, off of deflection.
Did they score on it?
No, almost.
Look at
they're in the red zone. Miami is so in this game.
I know, it's crazy. We're not getting what we want. But I'll tell you what, again, this is I really, if it turns out that Miami wins, it's very easy for me to shift over and be happy that the Bills fans lost. You know what I mean?
I'm almost tempted right now to go to that Bills dude's YouTube on my phone and say, "How's it going?
Yeah, how you holding up?
How you holding?" I mean, that guy is doing a countdown to the Super Bowl. So if they lose, the one good thing we could take from it is we could both go onto his stream and say, reset the countdown and add 365 days.
Yeah. I know, that's the thing. It's like presumptuous, right? Like, you know, I mean, it is what it is, but it's like, I don't know, Bills fans got real cocky real quick. Like, it's like they forget that for 25 years they have been garbage.
I know.
You know what I mean? Look at this. Get him! Get him! Oh, this is okay.
So cocky. It's amazing how fast fans get cocky.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Incredible.
And we do it too. I mean, fans get nuts. It's like, I don't know, man. I'm damaged. I'm like, I even when we were 6-3, I still couldn't find it in me to talk shit.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Me neither.
I don't want to. I'm like,
you guys are doing really well. People would say to me, "You just are doing so good," and I'd say, "Yeah, well, we got to finish the whole season, though."
Yeah, exactly. Let's see where it goes. That's what I would say. Yep, good game. Let's see where it goes. So Jettasonic says, "What's up with Frankie? Is he retiring?" Well, listen, I don't want to speak for Frankie, you know, in any way, but I will tell you that he had he had a shift with his job. So it's new. There's like a new schedule going on for him, and it's consuming. So it's different than he's been dealing with for a few years. So it's just, you know, it's knocking off his schedule. So, and whether or not he chooses to stop making Jets video, I don't know. I haven't talked to him about that, but he's not going to be on the Thursday thick of it for the foreseeable future. That much I know. I got to make a new thumbnail, Jeremy. I just made that. I was using the same thumbnail for 2 years, and then I just made the Frankie thumbnail, and he leaves.
Well, it's an opportunity to add me and Adam to the background of the thumbnail, like kind of like to represent the background of the stream. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I thought about it. Well, you guys, it gets busy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It gets busy.
Nah,
it's hard, But I've thought about it. I actually had a version where I had you guys in the background. But anyway. So, all right, let me get this off. I forgot that was still up there. Let's see. Jason Edwards checking in. What's up, Jason? Did they score?
Yeah.
No way, dude.
Yeah.
What are the Bills doing?
I don't know. What are they doing? Oh, my God.
Skylar Thompson, dude.
Game.
Jeez. Jason Edwards, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. He says, good afternoon. Happy Sunday. Hit the like button. People just finally getting over the end of this. Right. That's what we're talking about, Jason. Well said. Just now. And like watching this game pains me, dude, because all we had to do was beat 2 games in the last 6. We had to win or 7. 2. And this is us. You know what I mean? It's just, it pains me, dude. We had this season by the cojones, and we lost it, and it bothers me. So anyway, I'm with you. I'm still not really over it, but I'm getting there. Yeah, that was not Allen's fault. That was that. Oh, they got the 2-point conversion, Jeremy. They tied it.
Jesus Christ.
Sheesh. McNally says that wasn't on Allen, man. The receiver drive. You're right. That was on the money. Hit the receiver in his chest. The receiver's got to catch that shit. Yeah. That was not on Josh Allen. Hennessy wants Miami. No, Hennessy. Again, dude, I can see it either way. I was rooting for the Bills to just kind of shut Miami up with a hammer. But if they're not going to do that and Miami wins, good. Shut the fucking Bills fans up then.
Then we run to that dude's site. We say, hey, what happened to the Super Bowl?
Right. Phil says, look at the positive. Bill's Mafia hitman will shoot himself. Now, obviously, we're joking. I don't want any of that. But I know Richard from Jersey. Holy shit, if the Bills lose. Now, I don't think they're going to. This is still the second. I mean, I can't believe they let Miami.
We used to call my mommy.
My mommy. I can't believe they let my mommy get points before the half. My mommy.
We used to say when we went down to the Super Bowl we went down in '94 to the Niners Chargers, and my friend Spiro, he'd be like, "We're going to my mommy, baby."
Oh, that's funny. Let me watch this kickoff here, Jeremy. They got 33 seconds. I'd like to see the Bills get some points. What do you think?
It's possible.
Yeah. Tony Alexio checking back in. Thanks, Tony. I love you in chaos. Thanks for your positivity. Well, thank you for appreciating it. It is not easy. It is not easy. Sometimes it hasn't happened in a while, but like during the streams, I have to like kind of go private chat and talk to Jeremy. I'm like, dude, come on. I need fucking help here, man.
There's definitely been the private chat. The worst was, but it hasn't happened in a long time, was against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, you melted down. Oh, there you go. Get out of bounds. Oh, goody. They're almost in field goal range. I would love it. What's that?
It's so funny when you say you melted down, because it was so true. I was completely melting down because someone had pointed out that without the miracle Cleveland comeback, like if that guy didn't score and we didn't have the opportunity to come back, if the guy would have fell to the ground, I was thinking we're technically 0-4. And I was thinking, here we go again. So I was melting down and you had to talk me up.
Yeah. Well, and that was the game. I'm fairly certain that was the Jonathan Francois game where he did probably a dozen super chats talking about how bad we were and how bad Zach was. I remember I was like, I literally like laid into him. I was like, I can't fucking take it, man. What do you want me to do?
Hey, this is good field position.
It is.
There's a chance. 21 seconds left. 42-yard line. Shotgun. 2nd and 10. Josh Allen. Oh, out of bounds. 7-yard gain. They're going to get in field goal range here.
Thank you, Tony. Let's go. Come on there, Josh Allen.
Hey, Mike LaFleur should learn from this, though. They just gained Oh, it was only 4 yards, but they did it in 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Can
Right.
our coaching staff learn that?
Daniel Murphy, a lot of receivers letting balls hit them in the hands and dropping today. Corey Davis, Barrios, is that you? I'll tell you what, the one that popped up did look like Corey. For some reason, Corey Davis, when he drops a ball, that goes straight into the air.
Always.
You know what I mean?
Oh, that's field goal range.
Let me watch this.
Oh, they got
Okay.
a run line up. No, someone called a timeout. Okay.
There it goes. Oh, yeah. They're way in now. They're way in field goal range. Hey, Matt Simon checking in. You don't know. What am I watching here? You're watching GreenBean and Jeremy talking about the Dolphins and Bills on Jetnation. What else would you be watching?
It's like what do Jets content providers do when the Jets are out of the playoffs? We do
Yeah.
watch parties for other teams.
Yeah. E-Boogie showing us what the some of the green bean emojis. Let me see if I can add one right now. Hold on a minute. Let me see what's going on over here.
I hate that it won't show on the screen right.
What, on StreamYard?
Yeah.
Yeah, weird. I can't tell what it looks like. I have to go on YouTube and see what it looks like.
Oh, is he in? Oh, wow! Oh my God, this is amazing. If he's in bounds, even without being in bounds, watch this catch.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Yeah, it's a touchdown. Yeah, Diggs on Xavier Howard.
Oh, that's in bounds. Both feet got in.
One.
He's incredible.
2. Wow.
You have to give him that touchdown. You have to. He holds the ball. His feet touch. No, they didn't. They didn't give it to him. Oh, they're challenging. Ruling on the field was out of bounds. Are they challenging?
Out of bounds? No way.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
I don't know if he's challenging.
Oh,
or
he
not.
didn't have it. He didn't have it, dude. It wasn't secured.
Darn, is he good though, man? How good is he?
Yeah, I mean, Diggs is, dude, there's no question on whether or not Diggs is a stud muffin or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's just. But Garrett did this on one play. He does this. We have that. We have our guy who's going to be making crazy plays for us for the next bunch of years.
Yeah, right. Garrett Wilson is unbelievable. Yeah, he didn't have it. That sucks. Still, it's a great catch, but guess what? You got to go inbounds, buddy.
Yeah, one more shot maybe, and then a field goal.
So anybody watching, if you have not subscribed to the channel, I am literally 40 people away from 10. It's weird, Jeremy. Like I was moving for.
I know, and it just slowed down.
It's like I hit a brick wall here with 100 left to get to 10,000. I'm really hoping I can do it this month. I'd hate to see it push another month, but if you haven't subscribed, please do. It is greatly appreciated. And, of course, don't forget to give Jetnation a little bit of love. Even if you're watching it on GreenBean, go over to Jetnation's YouTube real fast. Give them a sub. And do the same for our buddy here, Jets Chaos. Are you 3,000 yet, Jeremy?
No. I'm at 2,300.
Okay. So we got to get Jeremy to 2,500.
I hit 2,000 my first year. I'm pretty proud of that. And the goal is 5,000 by the end of this year.
There you go. 5,000. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah. So we'll see.
All right. I'm going to try to add a new emoji here. Everything's super slow. Like this computer, guys. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Mine, I can't wait to get mine back. I'm never going to complain about my computer again. Like I have 32 gigs of RAM. Let me tell you something, bro. This is 8. Like the processing speed, it's so different.
Brutal.
I mean, when I bought this computer, this was top of the line. This was a big Christmas gift for my wife a few years back. Yeah. Where the fuck? How come I can't? Oh, let me see. All right. Add. Let me see here. I can't. Why can't I get in? What the hell's going on?
Oh my God, you're kidding me! Now there's a kickoff.
Oh my God! In the last, so did they? What did they do? They kick a field goal? Is that what happened?
They kicked the field goal.
All right. At least you did
Okay.
that. At least they got some points going into the half, man.
Yeah, they got some points, but now there's 4 seconds left, so let them make sure they make the tackle or whatever. Yeah, it's hard to imagine Buffalo pulling a Jets type thing and giving up a touchdown here.
No, I know. Jets would do that though.
We've seen everything bad that you could see. When you're a Jets fan, that's one thing you could say to any other fan and say, "Nah, I've seen it." There's nothing we haven't experienced.
It's the truth, man. It really is.
Missed field goals in overtime, missed field goals in regular, like everything that can happen has happened. We've lost by a punt return to end the game. We've kicked.
Oh, everything. And we've seen everything, man. There's nothing left for us. It's garbage. So what the fuck? Why can't I? For some reason, I can't do anything. All right, let's go, Bills. Stop them. We got 4 seconds left.
No, I'm just kidding.
No way. Huh. Look at this. And that's that. And we're at the half, everybody.
At least they took the shot. We would have done a check down pass to Todd Johnson.
Huh.
Sometimes I watch other teams play, and I just point out all the things that we never do.
Totally. That's one of the things I'm not going to miss about Mike LaFleur, guys, is, I mean, and it could be a Saleh trait. Who knows? I mean, maybe Saleh's the one who says, I want conservative in these situations. But boy, man, was he super ultra conservative. Like in times like that, like there's 35 seconds left in the half. Why aren't you using that 35 seconds to get points? Like, I don't understand it. It doesn't compute to me. What's the downside? That something bad happens? So what? That can happen at any time in the game. What, like we somehow don't value time here like we value time there. It's all, you only have 60 minutes. If you have 30 seconds on the clock and you have the ball, you try to get points. And I don't understand that. It's like the same thing with, when like it's 3rd and 15. Why don't we get the 15 yards? What, are we incapable of getting 15 yards? Is that what you're telling me? You know what I mean? Like that's, I don't know, like that to me, and we saw it for 2 years straight. It's the same play. It's a little dump off to the tight end or the running back. The defense gives it to you. It's like a 6-yard play. We get the completion. They run. He gets 8, 9, 10 of the 15 yards, and that's it. You know what I mean? We've seen it time and time and time again.
Yeah. And when you see when you walk out of a game because you ran out of time, you lose over time, and you're leaving the game with a timeout still left in your pocket. That Detroit game. Man.
Yeah. Oh my God. Tell me about it.
You rarely see that in the NFL. You rarely see it. How often do you see a game where you run out of time and lose the game and you had a timeout left?
It's the worst. Like, what are we saving them for? You know what I mean? Some reason I don't. Maybe it's because I have a video going live. That has to be it, because everything is different. Like I can't get into the to the membership area like I usually can. It's not letting me add stuff. So I guess I can't add them midstream, guys. I'm sorry. I wanted to add some new stuff. But anyway.
Ablab Studios is back. I haven't seen him forever.
Oh, no?
He's been missing in action.
He probably needed a break too, man.
Yeah.
Shit. It's not easy to be Jets fans. You know what I mean?
Well, he gave you a super chat.
Okay. All right. So I gotta catch up here. I'm sorry, guys. I was really trying to get you guys the membership perks. I guess I'm pretty sure that's got to be what it is because everything's totally different. Usually I can go right in there and do stuff and it's not letting me. So it has to be because we're live. E-Boogie, thank you. Are you guys watching the other games later on? Not live, me. I'm only doing this game because I got a lot to do today. Truth is, I recorded the podcast yesterday. I want to get it out a day early because now it's not contingent on a game. Usually I would record it tonight after the game and then release it and everything. But I want to get it out, especially in the off season, a day early to the beanbaggers. They get the podcast a day early. And I recorded it yesterday. And dude, the computer issues, man, I haven't been able to edit. I couldn't get it from my camera to the computer. It took us all day, all night and all day to get it in there. So I'm at a disadvantage. Anyway, I got to go do that. Jettasonic is my video. No, it's not finished, but it's close. I have some system stuff I have to get going, Jettasonic. You wait and see. This year is going to be really good for this channel. Like I have some real good tech stuff that's coming, and I can't quite figure it out. So I keep like going back to my failsafe because we're live. But it's going to be really good. I have a lot of stuff growing, whether even like voicemails and phone calls and like all that stuff is coming for this channel. In addition to, just sounding better, looking better, more visuals and graphics and camera angles and all that stuff. Like you see this right here. You see this guy? So I have cameras all over the place, but I haven't figured out how to make them work together. I'm working on it. So we'll get there. Ablab, checking in. What's up, Ablab? Good to see you, buddy. Thank you. Hey, fellas, is it off topic to ask you both this? I have for my draft offensive tackle, strong safety, cornerback or center, linebacker, defensive tackle, free safety. What say you twos? I don't think it's off topic at all, Ablab. We've been chit-chatting about that on and off all day. So I think it's appropriate. What do you think, Jeremy? Offensive tackle to start. He's got strong safety. That's interesting to me. I'm really in need of a free safety for me. I'm looking for a ball hawker. But what do you think about what he's got there?
Yeah, I think, look, I mean, because we're stuck in the contract with Whitehead for one more year, otherwise I would be agreeing that we need both safety positions. So I think that free safety is the one that should be first. So, but I mean, he has all the positions right of, where's the best room for growth on our team. I think we need to bring in another tackle because of the uncertainty of Beckton. We can't count on him. I agree fully with free safety. I agree fully with center. We have to work that out. We need a big run stopping defensive tackle. And having a linebacker that doesn't miss tackles would be great. Like getting a solid, reliable linebacker that can cover. I agree with that too. And if it was next year from now, if we weren't locked into Whitehead, I'd agree with strong safety. I think we could do with an upgrade there as well. As much as we hate to admit it, we loved the signing when it happened. Whitehead has been a major disappointment.
Oh yeah. Loved that signing. And he's had his plays. Like he's had his moments, but I think by and large, his ability to tackle has been incredibly disappointing. Like he's going in for these hits and it's not enough. You know what I mean? Like he's missed many tackles and there's been numerous occasions where he's like, hey, he's out of the play, man. He's burnt. Like he's confused. He messed up. And that's happened more than once. And I mean, look, he's still a talented guy. He's still relatively young. He's 26. So, he could be part of the crew. But I think if we added a ball hawking free safety, like a really good, I can't wait to look at the free safeties, man. I'm going to look at all the safeties, but I think if we added that, like think about that, Ablab. If behind Sauce and Reed and Michael Carter II, you got a good defensive line, you got those guys manning the cornerbacks, and then you have a guy that has that nose for the ball. that Ed Reed kind of guy. Like no matter where, he just sniffs it out and he plucks the ball like, a couple times a week or, whatever, once a game. Having that guy, I think, would be amazing. But I'm with you, man. I think tackle has really got to be the pick up top, unless the only way I would say no is if you have like the first round graded tackles on your board are gone. Like let's say they're gone and you're at your second tier. I would hate to see us take a second tier, somebody that we might, really think could be there in the second. But just because we want to take a tackle, like you don't want to take that lesser tier of talent. So if that was the case, let's say they have 2 tackles that are first round talents on their board, and then the next 2 or 3 are second round. Let's say they do that. If those guys are gone, I would love to see them take the best free safety or the best defensive tackle or even the best linebacker, honest to God. I'd like to see them do that one way or the other. So, but I'm with you. I think tackle is pretty much where we need to go up top, but I'm with you there too, man, on center. I think center guard, like you need a center that can play guard. This bullshit that he only plays center to me is, I don't know what era we're in. Like you need to be able to play. Any center should be able to bounce over to guard and play guard, in my opinion. I don't know where that comes from. Now, a guard playing center is a little bit different, but I'd like to see them grab a guy that can be that interior lineman that we need, whether or not we sign Connor McGovern for another 2 years or whatever it might be. I would really like to see us draft a center, like in the first 3 rounds. I really would, or maybe the 4th. It depends. But and defensive tackle, I think we need one, Ablab. I think it's time. Like it's time. We need that big run stuffer type next to Quinnen. I think you think about it, if we had like a starting defensive line of like Jermaine Johnson. Let's start the other side. Let's say it's on the right side. You have Michael Clemens starting. You know what I mean? We let Carl Lawson go maybe, but just for argument's sake, you got Michael Clemens, Quinnen Williams, and on the other side you have Jermaine Johnson, and then you stuff the kid from Baylor. What's his name again? Hold on, let me just, because I always say it wrong. Like Ika is his last name. Saiki. I just don't know how to say it, man. Saiki Ika, like somebody like that. Like you put that line together, and I think that will have a good shot, being a little bit more effective on the running downs as well. But I'm with you, man. I don't think that's off base at all. I'm right there with you. Look, so is Jason Edwards. Jason Edwards is like, yep, that's it. Now there's an argument right now. People are saying that we really should go wide receiver up top. Now, I don't know, man. I mean, would I be furious? No, the more weapons you add, I guess. But I don't think that's our weakness. I really don't. I think an offensive coordinator needs to know how to use Elijah Moore and Denzel Mims. Like we have these guys. You know what I mean? Garrett Wilson is clearly a stud, but I'm of the belief that Elijah Moore is a stud. Why can't we use him? Why can't we find him? He's open. I watched the film. I see him. He's out there. He's open. We just don't look his way. It's ridiculous. And I don't know what that is, but I'd like to believe that we're pretty good with our wide receivers. You want to bring someone in or whatever, but I don't know if that's what I want to see up top. You know what I mean? What do you think, Jeremy? You want to grab a wide receiver with our first?
It's not enough of a need. It is a need. Like don't get me wrong. I wouldn't mind if we could find a gem in the 4th or 5th round, but yeah, it's just not. It's not enough of a need. I mean, we have, you have to prioritize, and it doesn't mean that you get all the wide receivers in the world. If we don't get the offensive line settled and solid, it doesn't mean anything.
Right. You're right. Look, obviously we got to get that quarterback position, and right below that, man, you're right. It's like we need that offensive line we need to stop. Like with this, I mean, injuries are injuries, right? But we need an offensive line that is top 5 in the league, top 10. Like we need that. This bullshit has to end with the offensive line. Ablab checking back in. Thank you, buddy. Can we cut Whitehead and draft J.L. Skinner? I saw that, J.L. Skinner. Well, I don't know. I mean, let's take a look real quick. I think he's pretty
It would-
expensive to cut,
Well,
right?
it would be a $3 million dead cap hit if we cut Whitehead. It's $3 million. We'd save $7 million because he's due to make 10. So you're talking about just under $3 million cap hit, and you save $7 million. So it is cuttable. If he was horrible, if he's a distraction, it's not impossible, right? You could take a $3 million dead cap hit. The problem is with all the other needs, who are you going to replace him with?
Then you got to go out and get somebody.
Yeah. So then it's not really $7 million because you got to go out and get somebody.
But can you get somebody for that $7 million if you can, if it's realistic?
If they had a plan, like if JD's, I guess if he had a plan and a guy targeted.
Look at this. So there's a potential out. Let's see if I understand this. 1 year, $7 million. So we got to pay him, right? If there's an out, and that would make it a $3 million cap. So that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Right. So we would save $7.25 million on the cap.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that might be enough for them to move on. Honestly, that really might. $7 million's a lot. You know, you can get a very good player for $7 million.
Yeah, JD might say, here's someone as good that I can get for 3.5. Some young guy that will be that won't affect the team that much, and then we could free up, $4.5, $5 million. I mean, if we want a quarterback, and people want guys, we throw names out there like Derek Carr. People even throw out Lamar Jackson. If you want guys like that, these are the decisions that are going to have to be made because you have to free up money.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be interesting, Ablab. I mean, whether and J.L. Skinner, is he a strong safety? Let me look if he's what his deal is here. So I gotta again, I haven't really spent my time. I'm just starting the process this last week. So let me look. Safety. Let's see where they have J.L. Skinner. J.L. Skinner, 6'4", 220 pounds, Jeremy. I like that. Draft Tech has them at let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're 7th rated safety overall. So maybe you can get him in the second or something. What do you think, Ablab? Is that where you're targeting him, like second, third, or are you thinking he's a first round pick?
That's third. I hope third because I want the center in the second round. Schmitz.
That's your guy?
Yeah, the center from Minnesota. I call him John Jingleheimer Schmidt.
Jingleheimer Schmidt. Okay.
That's what I call him. He'd solve our problem at center for the next, we're good for 10 years.
Interesting. So let me see here. I'm looking at so Jarrett Patterson is not really classified as center anymore. He's moved over to guard for some reason. We know he was pretty much the top center in last year's draft, but chose to stay in school. Wow, he got that off?
No, it's no good. No good.
Oh, my God.
4th and 9.
Amazing, though. He had the whole team on his ass.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he runs for his life and stays on his feet.
So John Michael Schmitz, that's who he's talking about here from Minnesota. 6'4", 320. It's pretty tall for a center, man.
Super fast in space. Yeah. He can. I mean, now we're changing our system, but he was a guy who, if you want a guy who can go in motion in open space, and sweep and things like that, he's amazing at that. He flattens people. And
So you think he's going to make it to the second, huh?
He might not. I looked at other YouTube content providers' drafts, and it seems like there's at least 2 or 3 other teams of guys like us that are the same thing. Second round. This is the guy. So it is there's a high volume of centers in this draft, like 3rd, 4th rounders. There's like 5 or 6 of them, more than last year. But I think that he might be around in the second rounds. If you go by, how things change, but at this point, look at this. This is ridiculous. Touchdown Miami.
Really?
This is ridiculous.
Josh Allen's fucking having himself a weird day.
Watch this.
Yep, that's what he does, dude. Oh my God. That's
According
Josh
to-
Allen for you.
Yeah.
That's what he does, guys. Again, I've said it 1,000 times, right? Like, he's a stud, but he does stuff like that far too often. He's like fool. I don't know. He does stupid shit.
So according to ours, the mock simulator that we use, we get him in the second round. But we've seen that change dramatically from January to March. We've seen, the rankings constantly change. They base it on the ranking system that's constantly changing. We saw that last year. We saw Sauce Gardner go from end of the first rounds and then move up the charts in the rankings, so we don't know where he's going to be by the time the draft comes. But right now, if you do a mock draft, you get him in the second round every time.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's interesting. Obviously, like Jeremy said, I mean, things are just getting started, so a lot's going to change. You got lots of different stuff, but particularly you got the combine and even the Senior Bowl and all those things come into play, and people get nuts. People change. Like, you see it, like a guy runs really fast at the combine and he goes from a third-round pick to a first-round pick just because he runs a fast 40. Like, that happens all the time.
Yeah.
Now, what I like is a regime that, of course, factors that in, but I like football players. Like, that pure athleticism shit, that doesn't, it's great. And it should be part of the equation, but I don't like that. It was funny. Last year, you saw people, man, like, especially like in our world out here doing mocks and everything, people, like, just because of the combine, guys that they had first round picks were off their board. And then guys they had as third, fourth, they were up in the first. It's like, it's crazy, that type of swing. Of course, it should matter to some degree, but I like a team that only factors that in, but uses what they saw on the field as taking precedence. That's the most important thing. You know what I mean? What did they do on the football field? Did they look overwhelmed? Were they overmatched? Just because they can run really fast or jump really high, that's great. That's fantastic. Look what's in the bag that you're getting. That's great. But what can they do? Can they apply it on the football field? I think this regime does a good job at that, man, taking football players. That's what we want. We have ourselves a game. We do, Hepburn. We really do. Ablab saying, okay, J.L. Skinner in the second, center guard in the third. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? So Ablab, depending on, and this is what I was talking about, like with the tackle situation. Of course, this applies to every round, right? But you got to see which position. Maybe you had, let's say you had safety as a higher need for yourself, but the guy who slipped to the second at center is significantly better than the guy who slipped that safety on your board. You know what I mean? So you got to factor that stuff in. And I think, look, by and large, I think the Jets have done a pretty good job. They're not taking the guys that I think they are going to take. They haven't done it yet. You know what I mean? Like, Joe Douglas is hard for me to pin down, truly. But overall, obviously, they're doing a good job with the picks.
Well, the one thing we all got right as a fan base was he took a wide receiver at 10. So,
right. I wasn't even convinced of that. I was talking about a wide receiver in the second and taking a linebacker at number 10. Like I said, if it was going to be a receiver, I wanted it to be Garrett Wilson. But if they would have did it my way, they would have had Greg Lloyd there, and then they would have had Pickens in the second. So,
yeah.
But then fine. No, 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other. I think Garrett Wilson's better than Pickens.
Yeah.
But still, it wouldn't exactly been disappointing.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't slim pickings.
No. And that's the thing with, slim pickings. Harry wants to do a mock. Well, Harry, let me say this, buddy.
I got them in the movie.
I know. Believe me, if Harry, I'd be lying if I told you it didn't enter my own brain. All right. Like, maybe you should do a little mock real quick. But tomorrow night, guys, is the opening game, let's call it the opening mock of this season's Monday night 10 o'clock mock. So we'll be on. I got Dom C coming on with me weekly. So it's going to be me and Dom and some other guests that we bring on from time to time. But we are going to use the different mock draft simulators like we've been doing. This will be the 4th year that we're doing this, I think, or third year, right. So we're going to be doing this, our 3rd straight season of doing the Monday night 10 o'clock mock. But tomorrow night, guys, that's the one. This is where it starts. So I hope you all can come. 10 p.m. Eastern time, Monday night. We're going to rock the 10 o'clock mock.
And at 9 o'clock tonight, Dom C and I will be talking about offensive tackles. So mostly Dom C.
Where's that?
On Jets Chaos. So tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, we'll be talking about the 5 or 6 offensive tackles in the draft. They're coming out. So, and then you guys they can come to your draft tomorrow with Dom C, and they'll be in the chat yelling the names of their favorite tackles that we talk about tonight.
Yeah, there you go. You see that? All right. It's like the way I look at this, my whole, the original plan for the mock was like together to educate ourselves and become a more, aware fan base. Who really what, and then, like not only exposing yourself to different names, but the simulators aren't always right, man. Like if you just follow the simulator, you think, oh, well, they got this guy rated best. Why don't I take him? And if you do your homework, you might know that's not the guy, this guy. So Braden Cole, what did I say? Greg Lloyd? Right. Well, if anybody knows, it's Braden. Braden was Devin Lloyd all off season last year. What, he throw another pick, this guy?
Bills can't catch. It was almost a pick. I'm trying to look. I'm trying to see if we can blame Josh Allen for this.
No, landed right in his hands.
You can't blame Josh Allen for that. I mean, come on. That's a beautiful pass. Oh, you can't throw a better pass than that. You can't.
I'm with you, Ablab. I mean, that's the thing. It's hard. Like we need, look, obviously we can't get everybody, right? We can't get every position, but I really do value, like you said, a real deal Mike. Like in our history, like Kyle Clifton, like Marvin Jones, right? Like Jonathan Vilma or David Harris. Like we need that guy. Like clearly CJ Mosley is, we'd like to keep him or whatever. Oh my God, terrible. The Bills are imploding. And as much as I'm rooting for the Bills, I hate Miami. There's a little part of me going, good.
How do you make that pass, the first pass that was dropped, and then throw the next ball?
No, it got hit. It got tipped.
Oh, there was a wide open receiver on that play that he didn't throw to.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. So I'm with you though. Like that mean identity snarler, on the defense, right? That middle linebacker, the identity of the D, man. You get nowhere without this guy sniffing you out. I love those guys.
You don't think CJ Mosley's that guy?
I to some degree. No, I do to some degree. I don't know if I would call him a snarler. I think he's very, very good. I'll tell you what though, man, in that Seattle game, Kenneth Walker straight up ran him over. And that could be the sign, like it's turning for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like I just, number one, you can't pay him $21 million. Ain't happening, right? And if you have to lose him because you're offering him $10 million and he wants 16, 15, then you lose him. Like you can't pay CJ Mosley that much money. That's what I think. Maybe they figure out that they can, but I know he's a Pro Bowler and he's a second team All Pro, and I love CJ Mosley. I want him on the team, but they have to
restructure him again.
Yeah, well, and the thing, look, like while he's still good, he's getting 10 tackles a game every game. He's also like again, he's turning like he's somewhat of a liability at times in coverage, right? And the tight ends tend to beat him. The line, the running backs tend to beat him, and he's starting to miss some tackles here and there. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
And it's frustrating because Sherwood can't get on the field because they won't let him play the other positions. He's like,
that's weird to me. That's
he's stuck as the backup. You know? It's frustrating because when he got on that field for that 4 plays, what an impact.
What an impact. Yeah, I mean, I think Sherwood's ready. I think Sherwood's ready to get his playing time. And but the thing is, like, look, you got Quincy Williams. Quincy Williams has so much to like. He really does. And he's young. But he's also got some things that lead you to believe that he might never be a true full-time guy. I don't know what they think about him. I'll tell you what, man, when he's on, he's on. You know what I mean? He is a missile. But then there are other times where he's a liability. What are these kids? What are they doing? What's that thing they're all holding on to? Now we make it easier to ice skate for kids? Is that what's going on? What is this? What happened to ice skating? They don't let kids fall now?
I guess not.
What is this world?
Good defense. Wow. Watch this breakup. Number 7. Who is that? That was a great play. Johnson.
Look at this.
Waddle again.
Oh, Waddle again. Dude, Waddle's having himself a rough day, boy. And he went up and got that one at least. He tried.
But again, not with strong hands. You go up there and
right.
get it with strong hands. You don't let it get knocked out. That's what Joe Blewett talks about when he talks about strong hands.
Yeah, totally.
At the point of reception.
Yeah, so important. Phil Adams says about the Monday night 10 o'clock mock, also known as the watch it the next day mock. Totally. I get it. A little too late. It wasn't he though, Ablab? Greg Lloyd was a stud. You know what's so crazy? This is like when I started to notice. Back then was when I started to notice that the Steelers were a different level of organization. When they let Greg Lloyd go, I thought it was the biggest mistake ever. But the next guy coming in was Kevin Green. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then it's like and Kevin Green left and they got James Harrison. And it's like you start to see like they are truly grooming the next wave of dudes all the time. They didn't miss a beat when Greg Lloyd was gone. And I thought it was going to be the huge hole. He was amazing.
They always seem to have somebody, don't they?
Yeah.
There's always like the next guy that they get, you know? They had Troy. I mean, like they just have all these, they always have these studs on defense and they leave and then another guy emerges.
It's the truth. And that's what we're talking about. When we talk about pipeline, that's literally what we're talking about. The Steelers for the last 20 years have been second to none as far as losing their premier guy and the next guy coming in, whether it's wide receiver, linebacker, defensive end, offensive line, it doesn't matter. Whoever they lose, the next guy coming in doesn't miss a beat more times than not. And it's like, and then there's us, we lose one guy and it's like a fucking vacuum for 5 years. It's like we can't replace them for years. That's why I like Joe Douglas. It sucks what happened with the injuries on the offensive line, but what he's doing with bringing guys in and we needed to go through them all this year, but like having Herbig and Max Mitchell, like legitimate guys that can play. Neither one of them were supposed to come in and play this year. You know what I mean? They were backup, like grooming them, especially Max Mitchell. And now he's injured twice, including the blood clot thing. And it's a shame. But like, so having, a focus on that, like what do you use your mid to late round picks on? You use your mid to late round picks on guys you think need a year or two. That's what you want. Mike McCagnon, dude, Tannenbaum used to literally throw those picks away like they meant nothing. Scotty McKnight, Taj Boyd. They took Taj Boyd because Rex's son was good friends with him. And he wanted the experience of getting picked. Like, what the fuck is it? He was off the team in a month. They did that. They knew he wasn't going to play. They knew it. They used a 6th round pick on him.
By that point, it was like throwing darts. They didn't even know who those players were left. They were just looking at a list of names.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like Joe Douglas, conversely, he's finding Mike Clemens, Max Mitchell, Michael Carter II, Jason Pinnock. Sucks that we let him go, but we found him.
Yeah.
Jamie and Sherwood. Like, we're finding these guys, that can contribute. And then you want those guys to be on special teams. You want them to, hopefully they can contribute on special teams. And then you have them in your pipeline. So in 2-3 years, when the guy gets old or goes and signs a huge contract, you feel like it's totally cool that he leaves. We got the next guy ready to come in. That's what you want.
Well, they love this guy, Tony Adams. So we got to see, is he going to be that guy? Is he going to step up and be that player? Because he's that guy that they would not let go because they think they can develop him.
Well, dude, they kept Tony Adams over Pinnock.
Yeah.
That was the guy, right? So, I mean, I don't know, man.
It better work out.
It better work out.
It's a big black eye if he doesn't turn out to be something.
That's right. And it's an obvious one. Like we drafted him in the 4th round as a cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Holy macaroni. Clearly he wasn't making it as a cornerback, but they move him to safety. He does well. You keep him in the program. You groom him for a year and a half at safety. And then you expose him to waivers for an undrafted free agent. He was just a month ago. He was an undrafted guy.
Yeah.
Why the panic for him when you got a guy that that's been in your system for 2 years?
Yeah.
Well, really 1 full year, not really 2 years. But I don't know. It just seems like they just thought nobody was going to grab Pinnock. And Salah said that he was more concerned that somebody was going to grab Tony Adams. So you're right. If he doesn't do it, it is a black eye on his system, on Salah's face for sure.
Yep.
So Aaron says, which positions do you think Joe Douglas will go after in free agency? Well, I think quarterback is going to be one that we do. I think this young quarterback experiment thing, I think it's over. Like this regime doesn't have the time, the job security to wait another young rookie kind of guy. I don't think. All right, look at this. Josh Allen making space. Josh Allen throwing it way down the field. Good coverage.
Ooh, it just touched his hands.
Yeah.
Jumped up as high as he could. He's being touched. I can't blame him. That would have been the most spectacular catch of the day.
It's good coverage, man. It's good coverage. He got his hand in there. It's hard enough to catch them, right? You jump in the air, he's 3 feet in the air and everything, and then you got somebody else's hand in there too. It's hard. But I think quarterback's going to be one, Aaron. At least I hope. I think the whole thing, like I just said, this regime doesn't have the job security to bring on another kid and develop him. I don't think. It's time to go get a guy that you already know can play in the NFL. And if he can't do it with you, then you're done. You know what I mean? It's just that simple. They're getting the chance to hire a new offensive staff. You got to get that right. But I would imagine, Jeremy, that we're going to see some offensive linemen brought in. I wouldn't be surprised to see them bring in a defensive tackle. I wouldn't be surprised to see them bring in a safety,
Oh, no way. These all make sense. The most shocking position that we will not draft, but if we did, we'd all have be beside ourselves as running back. Can you imagine if they wasted a pick on running back? How mad we would be as a fan base. We'd be like, "What are you kidding me?
What are you doing?" All right, let's take a look.
Adam Gase move. Adam Gase would.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's one. Right, I would be disappointed if that's the way that we went. And we have running backs for once,
Even a wide receiver I could live with because I'd say, okay, maybe he's in love with him, and he thinks it's going to be like a Waddle Hill type combination, or a Diggs boy. Like okay, but you can't take a running back not when you have Breece Hall, Bam Knight, Michael Carter, James Robinson. That's you just can't. Ty Johnson. We have this endless list of running backs.
Yeah, and they all can play for once. Again, like we've had years where nobody on our list was good. We got players. Look at that. You got to get them. Oh, look at this. What an idiot. Oh, my God. No way.
Can you
Wow.
believe it? Everything's
He's
going that way.
He's foolish. Yeah, it really is. The ball's bouncing their way right now, man. So here's the offensive tackles, guys, that are out there in free agency. Let's see. We got Orlando Brown, George Fant way up top. Look at that. I wonder what they're going to do with George Fant. I wonder what they're going to do. Cameron Irving, Mike McGlinchey. There's another one. Brandon Parker, Andre Dillard. Joe might go after Andre Dillard. Riley Rife, Eric Fisher. Well, Eric Fisher, I think he wasn't signed all year, right? Or was he? I know he was out there for
I
a
didn't
while.
think he was. I didn't think anybody signed him. He's
So
a
look at all these
backup
guys.
now.
Yeah. Jason Peters is still out there, amazingly. He's 40.9 years old. So he'll be 41 next year. For an undrafted free agent, dude, let me tell you. I don't know. They're going to say he's down, Jeremy?
I think they did. It's 3rd and 9.
Yeah, that's a sack. No,
It's
if it's
not
3rd and
right.
9, no, that would
3rd
be.
19. 3rd 19. Sorry.
Okay, there you go. 3rd and 19.
Interception, I think. Please say that. Oh yeah, that's a catch.
Let's see. Let me see.
Finally.
Get him a safety. Come on, get him back there. All right, what's this?
Finally, they were able to.
Oh,
capitalize.
yeah, there you go. All right.
Finally, they're able to capitalize on this rookie.
So, all right. So let's see. So everybody wants to keep. Look, I want to keep C.J. Mosley too. I don't want that to get misunderstood. I want to keep C.J. Mosley. I do. But again, it's going to be very specific to the money. Watch K's here.
He's here. He says Buffalo's about to take over. I like that.
Well, maybe that's the kind of thing that changes momentum for sure.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm going to try something here with my camera. Hold on a sec here.
They got to score though. Nice play.
Hold on. You can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
Davis finally got into the game for them. It's been only Diggs. It's about time.
Hold on, guys. I'm just trying something here. Why won't it work? What the hell is going on with this thing? Like I swear I don't know what's happening. Like why it's not working. Everything is connected, Jeremy. Everything's right.
It's frustrating.
Like everything is there. Everything. And it won't work. One more time.
Are you kidding me? Come on, guys. You know what? They're missing that guy who went to the Giants, coach. I just realized that they're missing the coach who went to the Giants.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
And let me tell you, dude, the Giants, so not only did they get Dable, but they got the guy that I wanted for offensive coordinator 2 years ago. Kafka, Mahomes' quarterback coach. Bieniemy gets a lot of the hubbub, but, dude, that was the guy. That was the guy. Andy Reid's real right hand, the guy that was real. And, dude, they got it, man. It's such a good staff, man. I mean, look, there's a lot to be said for Saul. I mean, dude, the entire organization changed. You know what I mean? In a positive way. Like we can't, it just sucks that we lost out the way that we did. But there's a lot positive here, guys. There really is. Look what he did with the defense in 1 year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, all right, let's take a look at some of the. Let's take a look at some linebackers. Let's see who's out there. See who's going to come in. Anybody like any of these names? Deion Jones is out there. We talked about him last year. 28. Levante David. Devin Bush. What do you think? He's going to want a nice big contract.
Yeah, he's good.
Let's see his market value. Let's see what they predict Devin Bush is worth? Really, $3 million a year? No, really?
Maybe he's at the he's seen better days, a little long in the tooth. I don't know.
No, he's young. He's young.
I don't know.
He's just finishing his rookie contract.
That's weird.
Yeah. Interesting. What else you? Let's look at some free safeties. Let's see what we got here. Poyer's out there. He signed a 1-year deal last year, so I don't know, man. Maybe Jordan Poyer can break free. He'd be good. Marcus Joyner's going to be out there. Look at that. So you got McCourty. He's old. Adrian Amos. He's whatever. Jimmy Ward's out there. I don't know.
Wasn't he good once?
Yeah. Let's see what do they have. LaMarcus Joyner's.
Come on, Alan.
Right, let's see.
Wow.
All right.
Well, it helps to be good on your feet. And they show this. Watch the female fan, the Buffalo fan. She's eating a slice of pepperoni pizza. Didn't even let it interrupt her bite.
Let me see.
Didn't even just watch the crowd.
Oh yeah.
She goes right for that pizza. Nothing stopped her from.
She's hungry. She's hungry, man. So look at this. They got LaMarcus Joyner. His market value is $4.1 million. Get the fuck out of here. What are they talking about?
That's
Devin Bush at $3 million, and LaMarcus Joyner is going to command $4 million. Get out.
LaMarcus Joyner is going to be fighting for a spot on a 53-man roster wherever he goes.
Yeah.
Touchdown.
There you go.
Beasley back from the dead. They reactivated Cole Beasley about 8 days ago.
Look at that. And there he is.
No Crowder.
Nice
Anywhere. What happened to Crowder? Must have gotten hurt.
Patty Grimes, who do I want to win? I want Buffalo to win. But if they lose, I'm going to be really happy that they lost. Yeah. So I don't know. But I'm hoping Miami. But this is kind of bullshit. I wanted Miami to go out like with a whimper. I didn't want them to look this good. You know what I mean? I can't believe that Buffalo is like, to me, I think Buffalo is fraudulent. Clearly.
They are. I mean? They're frauds.
Tyler Thompson, dude.
They're inconsistent. They are inconsistent. They make mistakes. They're mistake prone. They've got some issues on that team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anytime you had, a couple of weeks ago, I mean, they literally had Van Rotten playing center for him. So, there's holes on that team.
Yeah. Ablab says that's why you need that linebacker from Lloyd to Green. We need the real linebacker in this draft. Salah likes that position from Mosley to Jack Simpson. Dude, I'm right. Jack Simpson. Hey, man, I'm with it. I really am. That's why, look, last year, my draft, if it was me last year, now I'm not going to say that I'm unhappy with the draft. I'm very happy with what we did. But what I would have gotten with our first 4 picks, I would have gotten Thibodeau. I know I would have taken him. I would have taken Devin Lloyd, and then I would have had George Pickens and Breece Hall. That's what I would have. Now, I actually prefer what they think Sauce Gardner is potentially generational. You know what I mean? And Garrett Wilson, I couldn't love him more. You know what I mean? I could not love Garrett Wilson. I'm very, very happy. But that's what my draft would have been. Why? Because I value that middle linebacker position. I place a very high value on it, Ablab. You know what I mean? I want those guys. Like fear in the minds of running backs. Like that's what I want. Like when Ray Lewis was out there, people were nervous. They knew it. I'm getting hit by this guy all day long. Micah Parsons does that now. Devin White, you know what I mean? These guys. CJ Mosley is of that ilk, but he's getting old, man. He's getting older, and he's clearly lost a little bit, right? Clearly. And I'm not saying he can't play for 3 more years. If he stays right here, he's fine. But there's that concern that he's going to dip. Now, I got a lot of hope for Jamie and Sherwood. I really do. I really do.
Me too.
But I'd be happy with them taking a linebacker. Again, I thought they were going to go linebacker last year. I thought it was very realistic that they would. I didn't think cornerback would have been their first round pick. I just blew my mind. It blew my mind, dude. It really did. I'm like, really? Cornerback? As good as Sauce was, I just didn't see us taking a cornerback. But I'll tell you, man, what they did with the cornerback position is undeniable this year, man. Undeniable. DJ Reed is a stud, and Sauce Gardner is obviously a stud. Michael Carter II only looks bad because he's next to those two guys. He's also a stud. He's a 5th round pick, guys, or 6th. I think he's a 6th. So, Ablab, I'm with you, buddy. Let's see what we got here. All right, who else are you? We need an offensive line help. Indeed, Edmundo. Indeed, buddy. And there's Wat2K. What's up, Wat2K? What are you doing, buddy? Hope you're enjoying your Sunday. I look at today as the day before the Monday Night Mock. That's what I look at it. That's what Sunday is to me now. The day before the Monday Night Mock. Yeah, and Ruckert's another one, dude. I mean, the fact that he didn't play this year, it is what it is. I'm a firm believer that he's a stud. I really am. I loved him in college. I loved him his junior year. Thought he was fantastic. The thunderous blocker, great hands, really underrated hands, man. Now, why he didn't play, I don't know. Maybe it's just because they really like Conklin Uzoma and they had Yeboah. I mean, Yeboah is good on specials. Boyer loves Yeboah. So there's that. But I don't know, man. But either way, I think Ruckert is poised to be one of those better tight ends in the NFL. I'm a firm believer in that. I really am. I believe in him. So that's the thing. Like, when you look at it, like Ablab's talking about with the linebackers, right? Like, when you have the tight ends, and like if Sherwood and Ruckert can fill in, Max Mitchell can come in, and these guys are actually able to be our starters for a few years, and then there's guys behind. That's what you want, dude. And it takes a while to get to that. Like, people that, oh my God, look at that. He almost had him. A lot of people don't really put their focus on that stuff. Like, they're looking at Joe Douglas and they're saying, he doesn't have one winning season. But it's like, if you look at the infrastructure, everything that's happening, sure, this season was disappointing, man. But there's a lot going on here that our previous GMs never even looked at. Never. It was all front loaded. Everything. If a guy went down, we were done. Old vets, like, just, this is a whole different thing, man. I hope that they let Joe Douglas stay here for fucking at least, he should not be fired no matter what happens. At least I would like to see him here 10 years. Give this guy 10 years and see what he does to this organization. You know what I mean? Instead of him being afraid for his job. Tired of that, dude.
Doesn't make any sense.
Like, even Saleh, dude, like, okay, so even if he's not that good next year, just let these guys have their time. Don't make it so they're governing their actions by fear. Like that, you can't win that way. Once they're afraid, it's over. You know what I mean? Sucks. I hate it. Don't you though, man? I'm getting tired of it.
It's just fucking, it's maddening.
We are now on our 8th offensive coordinator in 11 years. Unbelievable, dude. I don't think any team has it like that. Look at this Skylar Thompson. They're going to throw the flag? No flag? I thought they would have thrown a flag. Gayu, what is it? Why is it that every team runs these blocking routes in the end zone leading to touchdowns, and not once have I seen us use anything like it? Doesn't it seem like when we're on the 5-yard line or 3-yard line that it's much more difficult to get in than it should be?
It's weird because some teams are so good at it, it's so automatic.
Yeah.
And then it feels like I've never had a team like the Jets have never been good at it.
Right. Pennington was good at it. Pennington was pretty good at it, man.
Yeah.
You see the guy just muffed the punt? There you go. They got lucky, man. Phil Adams, exactly, Phil. I want one team to lose in a gut-wrenching way. That's all I really care about today. I want some pain. Cameron Trammell, this should be us playing the Bills right now. Like Salah said, he had a feeling we were going to see those guys. I know he had it, dude. It's like, dude, isn't it painful though, Cameron? He was right. And they made fun of him and the whole thing that they did. And they asked him that. He said it 10 minutes later. They asked Garrett Wilson what he meant. They know he didn't hear it yet. Like they're so grimy, man. Our media, I can't stand so many of them. They're just the worst. But he was technically speaking right. If we just won 2 games, that's exactly what would have happened. And we would be beating them. It just sucks. We beat both these teams this year. And the last game we lost to Miami, it was a joke. It was a stupid, dumb game. You know, we were done. The season was already over. Let's see. Come on, all the time in the world, Greg Van Roten. Okay. Look at that. First down. Tight end Morris. Speaking of Morris, the worst thing we could do is bring in a high-priced quarterback and neglect the line. Agreed, but I don't think we're going to do that. They know. I mean, they see it. Even though he's put resource after resource into this offensive line, guys. I mean, you can't say that he didn't. You know, we got 2 first-round picks in 3 years on the offensive line, 2 fourth-round picks in 3 years. He's paid, you know, high-priced free agents. He's done everything. I mean, injuries, dude. It's like, you know, you can't get around it. What's up, Anthony? He's like, hey, what the hell? What's going on? What happened? Yeah, he said, "Fine. Oh, look, you're a grumbler. You know, you're on that side of things. I disagree with you. That's all it is. I mean, like, we can't, in my opinion, once guys are playing or coaching or whatever, building from a position of fear, they do things that are what they would normally do. And therefore, things tend to break down. From my perspective, even including the collapse, this is a completely different organization than we've been in 20 years. And to me, it looks like something that's worth believing in. Where in, dude, years past 3, 4, 5, 10 years, you look at the team, you're like, yeah, I mean, I rooted, I hoped, but they were garbage. You could see it.
Big play.
All right, let's go. I'm ready for the clap.
Big play coming.
Jeremy's clapping.
Big play coming.
I get it though, Anthony. I do. I understand. Don't get me wrong. Okay, look at this. He's running. That's Beasley again. Look at him. Just keeps going. I don't care. He just ran for another 15 yards with those guys on his back.
Crazy.
DCF says Bill O'Brien. Why not? So Anthony says
why
there's
don't
a team of guys who can replace JD. Oh my God, Anthony. I don't know, buddy.
Why would you be looking to replace JD? Whoa, is that a touchdown? Davis. They finally got Davis more active in the game. They finally started utilizing other people. Look at Van Roten. Van Roten is in there celebrating.
I know. He looks great. He looks like a totally different dude. You know what I would do? I would go hire Brian Callahan as offensive coordinator, and I'd get his dad as offensive line coach. That's what you do.
Yeah.
All right. JD is great. I'm with you. And Jason Edwards says JD is a saint. I agree. Yeah, the record. I mean, look, when you're talking about the record, though, Anthony, you're including a year when there was a complete teardown going on. If you look at since he went out there, got his coach, his quarterback, even though the quarterback's failing, when you look at it, he had 4 wins the first year, 7 wins the second year. So it's going up. Again, you can't sugarcoat the collapse. You can't. But if you just get the 2020 shit out of here. Like, that's just like he was tearing the place down. You know, it was Adam Gase. Like, he knew Adam Gase. Dude, don't even tell me that he didn't know Adam Gase was not long for this team.
Like, it's like we finally get a real GM and nobody still appreciates it. It's like, yeah, let's go out and get another GM because that's so simple and that's worked really well for the Jets for the last 45 years. I mean, we've had a couple of good ones, but no one has I've never seen a team like this for the Jets with the young studs that are on it.
I know, it's crazy.
Every GM in the NFL, if you analyze every move every GM in the NFL's made, of course they have misses. They all have misses. But, like, look at the product. Look at the product we have on the field. I don't understand. When have we ever had guys like Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, JJ? I mean, it's
all over the place.
Amazing.
And, like, that's the thing. Like, again, like, you're talking, I get it, but we're looking at his first draft ever. Number one, it's his first. Number two, you add COVID into it. They weren't together. It was weird, right? It was that whole thing. They had no ability to meet with players, all that sort of stuff. Okay, it was completely different. It was an anomalous year. But so it's his first draft ever. Okay, first time ever doing something. It was the COVID year, and he was drafting for Adam Gase's team. And on top of that, Adam Gase was his peer. They were equal in the final say. Joe Douglas was not Adam Gase's boss yet. He wasn't the boss. So you got to remember. And then but even if you factor that in, look at the next drafts outside of Zach Wilson, dude. I mean, and that's the most important pick, so I get it. But you look at all of the hits. General managers, particularly for the Jets, dude, we don't hit like this. It's completely different.
Nobody blinked when he took Zach Wilson. The majority of GMs, the majority of the NFL GMs would have picked them. The majority would have taken him. That's what they said at the time. Majority of GMs would have taken Zach Wilson. The 49ers wanted to trade and take our spot to get him.
Right. And like Jim Pock says, JD has a lot of hits too, man. It all depends on what you're looking at. I mean, if you're looking at the negatives, you're going to find them. Again, I try to look at things overall. I'm not looking at everything, and I'm looking at overall. That's what I'm looking at as a collective. So Jetasonic, stop getting sick, buddy. You're getting sick all the time. You guys are making me sick rooting for the Bills. Well, you rooting for the Dolphins? You making me sick. How could you root for them?
Yeah, exactly.
So we're stuck here, Jetta. There's no real positive here. We're stuck. I'm just saying, like, the lesser of two evils to me right now is the Bills, because they're at least supposed to be here. Don't worry. The Chiefs are going to take care of the Bills, in my opinion. The Chiefs are a better team. The Bills are too inconsistent. But Miami, we need Miami to get the fuck out of here. You were not even supposed to be here. I like their streak of not having a playoff win since 2000. The year 2000. Like, they can talk about us not getting in for 12 years, but they've gotten in and they haven't won in 23 years. They haven't won a playoff game. That's a streak, baby. You know what I mean?
I would much rather, if you take the past 25 years of recent history, be a Jets fan than a Dolphin fan based on results, because at least we've had playoff wins and runs, 2 AFC championship games. Right. Like, you can't compare. Like, we've had glory days. We've had real meaningful games where we've come within a game of the Super Bowl. That's so much better than their situation. This, I mean,
yeah.
It's you can't compare the two. And they look down on us like they're so superior to us as an organization, and it makes no sense.
Nope. And they're only one up on us in an all-time record ever.
Right.
Like, all time. They just and it was that last game. If we won that, it would have been even. So it's like, I know there's no good reason why Miami. Only thing is because they were better the last 2 years. They had a 10-win season and a 9-win season. So I get that. But as far as an organization, dude, they talk about it. We haven't won a Super Bowl since '69. They haven't won one since '72. Okay. So, I mean, granted, they've been to another one with Dan Marino, but they lost.
They got crushed.
And they got crushed. And again, they haven't won a fucking playoff game in 23 years if they lose this one. 23 times. They had a shot and didn't do it. Anthony said the 22 draft was legendary. I mean, look, right? We don't know how it'll go, but it looks like it. But the 21 draft is underrated too, man. Again, it sucks that Zach clearly looks like a miss, right? Big whiff.
AVT.
But AVT, and I'm a believer that Elijah Moore, dude, that's all Mike LaFleur to me. How he's open constantly. Mike LaFleur and Zach. You give him a real quarterback, give him a real offensive coordinator. I think another offensive coordinator is going to come here and look at these guys and be like, oh my God, candy. This is candy. They know how to get open constantly.
Michael Carter the second.
Michael Carter the second. Then you got the Sherwoods. You got all those guys. It's like it's a solid draft, man.
Most teams, you look at their 4th and 5th round picks, they're out of the league. You never heard of them. They don't even make the team the first year. They're gone by the second year if they do. I mean, like it's so many. Look at other teams' drafts. So you have some kind of bar to set your opinions by instead of just looking at all of his picks and saying miss hit. Look at the percentage of other GMs and what they do. We just had, who did Houston take before us instead of Sauce Gardner?
Same position too. Yeah. They took Stingley. Now he's a nice player. He looks like he's gonna be good, but he's not Sauce.
Right. If I'm imagine how the Houston fans feel. They could have had Sauce Gardner.
Now, how about the Jaguars taking Trayvon Walker with the number 1 overall pick when Aiden Hutchinson was sitting right there?
Yeah. Insanity.
Yeah. This shit happens all the time. I'm telling you, that's why the Jets put out all those leaks about being in love with Zach Wilson and all. They wanted the Jaguars to bite and take Zach Wilson. That's what that's that whole plan. They would have loved it. Just like how happy the Vikings got when the Eagles took Jalen Reagor over Jefferson. They were trying to trade up. Did you guys ever see that clip? It's amazing. It's amazing. And when the Eagles they were completely resigned that we failed. We can't get our guy. They were completely dejected. Then the Eagles took Jalen Reagor and the whole room woke up. Ooh! They freaked out. They couldn't believe it that they were going to get their guy. Same thing just happened with JD and Sauce Gardner. When they took Stingley, that happened. And they hoped that it would happen with Zach and Trevor Lawrence. Believe me, they wanted Trevor Lawrence. Believe me.
Of course.
Jordan Kelly, I'm with you. It's funny. Yeah, Y2K says I'm echoing him. It's funny. As I go down the chat, Y2K, I'm seeing it. Like, you're right. We're nailing the same points. You're beating me to the punch, though.
Another thing is like I'm seeing someone say, well, he nailed these 2 picks. Find another GM. People don't understand. If you bring in 2 players, and not even with the second pick, because the quarterback is a bust with the second pick, and you still get 2 players in that draft that are quality, like very good, like Pro Bowl type players, like AVT. Michael Carter the second might make a Pro Bowl someday. You get guys like that, even 2 a year. Compare that to other GMs. Like, I don't know what people think. Like other teams, like they don't do that every year after year. There's no such thing as adding star players every year through the draft,
especially late in the draft. It's the truth. Yeah. It's the
truth.
GM
does that.
Right. It's very rare. We only had really 1 draft that was anything like that, and that was 2007. 2006 was good up top, but 2007 is when we got Revis, Harris, then we got Marcus Coleman. I think we got Brad Smith. It was like one of those drafts. It was like, wow. Like when you look back, like we had everybody. Not everybody's a starter, right? That's not always what happens. Like you got guys that are great on special teams, but they're contributors, and that's what you're looking for. You need a whole team. Ablab checking back in. He says, Jets fans were bred to loathe Miami even before New England, so screw them. That's it. Ablab, look, we're a little older, right? We're a little bit older. So we remember that. The newer generation of Jets fans, I've had these conversations. How could you possibly hate Miami more than New England? It's like, it was different. Like, I understand the hate for New England. Of course, I fucking hate them. But it's in my soul. Like, to hate Miami, that to me is our real rivalry, is the Jets Dolphins.
Well, our fandom started pretty much with the Mud Bowl.
Yeah, right. That's it. That's the first game I was like officially a Jets fan, was that.
Right. And then you had the Ken O'Brien, Dan Marino battles. I mean, come on. That was anybody from our generation of Jet fan. That's what it was. It was the Dolphins.
Yeah, so true. It's a good point. And Ablab, I'm with you, but I think it's our generation, man. Come on, somebody sack this guy, okay? Everybody, why are they leaving everybody so open? They're giving them space like the Jets.
There's also those aqua colors of Miami, and they used to wear the parachute pants in the 80s, remember? And they were so cocky with those old men that would celebrate when an undefeated team would lose their first game so they can hold on to their precious 1972 undefeated thing. Like everything about them annoyed me.
Right. I know. I can't wait till some team finally stops them from getting that glass of champagne every year. Fucking assholes. But then it was going to be the Patriots of all team. I was glad that it wasn't the Patriots. I'd rather with me. M. Morris says, ideally, you have your left tackle set for your new quarterback. We didn't. Well, look, again, we used the first pick on a left tackle who was dominant his rookie year. Dominant. When Zach started his first game, Mekhi Becton was playing. Like, you know what I mean? So it looked like we did. He went down that season. Then, interestingly enough, George Fant came in and had arguably a Pro Bowl year. So Zach did have good left tackle play. This year was like a little spotty. But look at this. What are they doing? Look at these guys. Tackle.
I'm going to say this right now for everybody that was whining and crying about our defense and that our defense is not that good. Look at Buffalo. Our defense is better than their defense.
Oh, yeah. I agree. Now, the trick, we got to keep it together, Jeremy. That's the trick.
Yeah. But don't tell. I mean, people were actually saying that our defense is not that good and overrated.
I know.
Really watch this. Watch this game.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. I know that Pinnock is an interesting one because clearly he was a good. Now I did not like the pick. I was upset with that pick. But they moved him from cornerback to safety, which made a lot of sense. I did not like him as a cornerback. I didn't think he was very good. But they moved him to safety. It's just one of those things. They made a bad decision, dude. They clearly did. Robert Saleh said in public he was afraid that Tony Adams was going to get poached. He didn't want to lose him. He wanted him to get past that first wave of waiver signings and all that, and it turned out Pinnock was the guy. Pinnock's playing great, man. Guys, I didn't agree with it then. I think most Jets fans didn't. But the pick is still good. Don't forget, too, like Jamie and Sherwood, man, and Hamza Nasruddin, like these guys are playing specials. Like Sherwood is right behind Hardy, who's an all-pro special teamer, guys, by the way, second team all-pro, I think. Sherwood is right behind him in special teams impact. So, like, again, just because they're not starting doesn't mean that they're not great picks. Like, he's a fantastic pick. He's doing very, very well for us, and he's more than likely going to be pipelining and end up starting. If not this year, the year following.
Look, everybody assumed, by the way, during the year, there were people panicking on Jeremy Ruckert. Why isn't he playing? Was that a bust? Where is he? Then and which, a lot of us were saying, hey, man, they're developing them. We have two tight ends, and the third tight end is Yeboah, is special teams. And then he plays against Miami, Ruckert, and he was excellent. And now everybody's excited about him. They were just developing him. You got to be patient with certain players.
Yeah. And that's why you don't fire everybody. You give them the time to do this. Like, not everything happens overnight. Like, they're doing things. They're doing the long game. You want your staff to feel like they can do the long game. That's what you want. You want that comfort. Don't worry. Like, Woody should sit down with them and say, no matter what happens, guys, you're gonna get your 4 or 5 years. Don't worry about it. Jeremy, listen, I'm going to tell you something right now. There's nothing that happens in this game that should make you feel like that. Whatever that is.
I'm laughing at the play that I just saw. And I'm laughing at Buffalo's defense that's supposedly better than ours.
Yeah. So ridiculous. Ablab says, stop debating the JD thing. We know he's good. I got energy for everything, though, Ablab. I'm good. I can argue till the fucking cows come home, man. But I'm with you.
I'll say, it's one simple way to evaluate JD. in spite of no quarterback, in spite of, an offensive line that was decimated with injuries. January 1st, we were in the playoff conversation. We were a win away from, being in the playoffs. So at the end of the day, when's the last time that happened? That we were in January playing a meaningful football game. And the other guy we didn't talk about in the draft, with all this draft talk, by the way, that JD brought in, was Breece Hall.
Yeah, I remember that.
I mean, we're forgetting about Breece Hall. I mean, this is a guy that might very easily be top 3 running back in the NFL if he returns to form.
And if he didn't go down with the trajectory he was on, he was going to be Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah. Over
Garrett Wilson. And I hope Garrett Wilson wins it. Like we were talking about, I think Ablad brought up Pinnock. No, Pickett. And then you have obviously Kenneth Walker is another one. But man, these guys, Garrett Wilson's in the conversation for sure. I'm glad they gave him that last game. They just made it the Garrett Wilson show. Like, all right, look, we don't care, win, lose, but just give him as many stats as we can. It would have been real nice if he got a touchdown in that game. That would have, in my opinion, that would have drove it home if he got a touchdown.
Yeah.
He's only got 4 touchdowns,
How does a GM bring in a Garrett Wilson, a Breece Hall, and a Sauce Gardner in the same draft?
Yeah. And then on top of that,
jeez,
you got Jermaine Johnson, Michael Clemens, Max Mitchell, you know what I mean? Jeremy Ruckert.
Unreal. It's unreal.
Yeah. And don't forget, like, the reason we had those picks is because what he did with those trades. Like, he took Mike McCagnon's organization, Sam Darnold, Jamal Adams, Leo. He took those guys that were supposed to be the pillars of the Jets moving forward, and he created from them an additional draft class worth of value.
Yeah.
First round picks, second round picks, third round picks.
And hit on them.
And hit on most, except for Zach. That was our own pick. We had that anyway. But yeah, Zach, look, it's a major shot. It's a right cross. You know what I mean? It is to the organization.
What makes it easier to forgive for a GM is look at the percentages of quarterbacks that miss, though. I mean, it's not like it's your expected, everybody else gets it right. Like, this is a common thing in the NFL. Very few quarterbacks that are picked in the top 10 live up to that billing because so few make it.
Yeah. It's crazy, but it's true.
Such a hard position to.
It's crazy. I know. It's just, I don't know, man. When Greg Knapp passed away and they brought in Kavanaugh, I thought that they should have kept him. I thought that, keep it going, man. Bill, like his second half of the season, he calmed down. He looked like he was improving. Like, why did you do that? I think that's a big misstep for them. You know what I mean? Big misstep. W and Chrono Kenny are rooting for Miami. I get that too. I do. I'm rooting for Buffalo again. I've explained why. But if Miami ends up pulling it out, I'm going to laugh my ass off at the Buffalo. Yeah. It's going to be, there's a sweetness to that too.
That was the beautiful thing about today is like we couldn't totally lose. We said it in the beginning. We have the consolation prize. If Miami wins, we have the consolation prize of Buffalo losing. And we get to go over to that dude's channel who's always over here talking crap, and we get to rub it into his face a little.
Yeah. Purdy? Nah, I don't think so. He's only had a few games. He looks great, of course, but I don't know if that can really. You got to do it the whole season. I guess you can make an argument. I don't know. I don't know what their parameters are. You know what I mean? Like, do they say, like, if somebody plays 3 games and they look amazing, can they win Offensive Rookie of the Year? I don't know.
It's hard, man, to imagine. It's like such a small amount of games. Like, it's definitely going to lose some votes.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Let's see here. What are we going here?
I don't care that much, though. I know Garrett Wilson might be disappointed, but to me, it doesn't affect it's not going to affect who he is for us next year. It's a nice thing to win awards like that, but it's like, okay, I mean, there's only one award I want, and that's the Lombardi Trophy.
I know. That's the only one. That's the only one I want.
All the others are nice and fun, but just doesn't cut it.
Bawden. Well, look, Bawden was hurt all last year, right? He's on injured reserve. He's our fullback. But we don't know if a lot of offenses don't even care. They don't want fullbacks anymore. So I don't know. That was, obviously the San Francisco thing. They value fullbacks still. So I don't know. I don't know if they'll even, it's if you don't have the fullback, you can carry that extra tight end. You can carry that extra running back, So I don't know.
And there's talk that you could use Jeremy Ruckert in that capacity if you wanted to.
What's that? What'd you say?
There's talk that if you have Jeremy Ruckert on the field, if you want to have two guys, if you want to have a fullback back there, you could use Ruckert.
Yeah. I know the tight end as a fullback thing. It feels weird to me because I feel like tight ends are too tall. Maybe that's just me. That's how I see it. Like they're not really fullbacks. Look at Josh Allen getting beat up. There he goes. There's a sack. 34-31. Look at this. There's no way this is a positive no matter how you slice it. You know what I mean? I hate it. I wanted them to lose 40-0. That's what I wanted.
But at least this way, whoever loses, it's going to be very emotional. Like this is shaping out to be heartbreck.
Yeah.
Something that one of these sets of fans are never going to forget.
Yeah, right.
And think about how painful. I'm realizing this now. If Miami loses, they were like, yeah, they're brokenhearted, but they were supposed to lose. This was just like a miracle that they're even there.
Yeah.
If Buffalo loses, that's something they talk about forever now. Like this was a year that they were thinking Super Bowl.
This was it. This was their Super Bowl year. And you never know what will happen after this. They're going to lose more guys. Like the team you can only keep a team together for so long. I mean, look, they already lost Dable, right? You lose a couple guys here and there. But yeah, it starts to erode. Like you got to capitalize when you have it,
Oh, this will be such a devastating loss for them. Oh, what a wasted opportunity at home. You're playing against Miami with their third string quarterback, and you can't beat them. They'll talk about this forever. They're going to get hammered. They're going to be destroyed if they lose this game.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's the truth too. Florida, I'm rooting for Miami. I took Miami at plus 1,600 after the fall. I get it. I hate that I'm rooting against that for you. I do.
Now we have a Florida Jet fan.
Yeah,
I love it. I love it.
Why? What
I just love everybody's taking that name. They like it's growing so fast. Like it's like it started as Iowa Jet fan, and then it's just like
it's so funny that you see it that way because like I come from Jetnation. Like those are the first names taken. Like Ohio Jet fan, Florida Jet fan. It's like to me, it just that might even be Florida Jet fan from Jetnation for all I know.
Oh,
maybe let's say I get it. I know what you're saying. But it's like for that's like that's usually like the first type of name people go for. Connecticut Jets fan.
I used to be for a minute. I don't know if you remember when I first listened to you on YouTube. I was Sacramento Jet fan.
Were you?
Oh yeah. That was my first thing, and then I changed it. Jeremy from Sacramento, like all these different things. But the first thing I ever did was Sacramento Jets fan.
Interesting. I don't recall.
I was very brief in the very beginning when I was watching, the panel and.
Yeah. Malburn said, "No, you're talking about if a guy can win it for a few weeks, then Brees, rookie of the year, then Brees should have won it." I mean, dude, remember how good he was, dude? He was so good, man.
People are as fast to forget the impact he had. It wasn't just a good running back; it was a home run hitter.
Yeah.
Once a week, it felt like he'd break a 50-yard touchdown for us. At least once, and it was like that. I mean, it's just such a game-changing player.
Yeah. And he was good in the passing game too. I mean, yeah, home run hitter, man. It's the saddest thing. And then to lose ABT at the exact same time, it was like,
I'll never forget. I was sitting right here, we were watching it together, and it was just all happened so fast that I was like, and like it felt like within 5 minutes because we couldn't hear the TV. So it's like we found out within minutes of each other that they were both out and hurt.
Terrible. Y2K, why does Buffalo need to play Cincy? Talk about it. What's that all about? He wants the Bills to win specifically for that. I'm not sure what you mean.
Maybe he wants to see Cincy beat him. I don't know.
Oh, I mean, no, sneakers to boots, right, man? That Packers game was one of the most fun games I had in a long time. Remember we won against the Browns and Pittsburgh, and teams were, guys were saying like, well, the Jets are going to hit the brick wall now. This whole miracle bullshit, these lucky games that they're getting out of, it's going to stop in Green Bay. And we went up there and we owned them, beat them good, blocked punt, blocked field goal, but they had the Breece Hall thing, man, when you had all those guys chasing you, stiff arming dudes, and it's unbelievable.
Oh boy, stupid penalty. That was a JFM like penalty you're about to see. Do you want to watch stupidity right now? And this is in the playoffs with 9 minutes to go.
What, the push?
Yeah. Well, they flapped the flag.
Okay.
They called that.
What'd they call?
That he threw the quarterback to the ground or bumped him to the ground. I think that's what they called, right? The flag came out right after he did it.
It's on the Dolphins. Wait a minute. Timeout. There's no flag.
Oh, they picked it up?
I think so.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Oof, okay, good. Oof, relief. I thought he just gave him 15. Okay. I thought he just gave him 15 yards. I think another ref came up and said that's called, what do they call that when you're flopping? Thompson flopped.
Flopped?
He went down to the ground like he was hit hard.
Oh, he faked it out. Right.
Flop.
Yeah. Ablab says he's looking at the Jaguars as the new. Well, you know what sucks, man, is like when these teams, like when you're at the bottom, Ablab, all these teams are trying to rebuild, right? You got the first few picks in the draft for a couple of years, and you want to rebuild. It sucks that it looks like the Jaguars are ahead of us, right? Like I don't like it. I want to be the team that gets the hell out of the basement, man. Now, the end of this year really killed us. You know what I mean? It just did. We were looking very good. All we had to do was win 2 more games. That's it. In the whole fucking second half of the season. But you're right, man. Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence is no joke. And Peterson with Lawrence, and they have lots of talent down there. Looks good. Looks like they're on to something.
Oh, he's throwing deep. Oh, wow. He was.
Oh, you're saying it because of the game that got canceled with DeMar Hamlin. I see what you're saying. Good point. Good point.
Who's that against? It was against the defensive penalty? Oh, no.
Yeah, we tackled him. But that they shouldn't. They called that?
Wow.
What's the penalty?
I don't know. That looked clean to me. Now it's saying 4th and 6. What the hell is going on with this coverage? I hate CBS.
I know, they're the worst.
Because then it says 4th and 6.
Look, now we're looking at the back of a fucking fan's head. Like, why do we care about that view? What is that? Did that all year.
They're going for it on 4th and 6. He's throwing deep. Oh, is this just a replay? Okay. But it still says 4th and 6. I don't get it. Oh,
yeah, weird. Look at this. And they do that. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. 4th and 6. Okay. They were showing the replay. I thought that was another play.
They're punting. There must have been a timeout or something called. We can't hear it. The people need to tell us. Buffalo called a timeout. Thanks, Gary. We can't hear, so that's always an obstacle for us.
So, Ohio Jets fan, were you talking about Ohio Jets fan on Jetnation? Is that what you were doing? You were Ohio Jets fan on there? I wonder if Florida Jets fan is there, because there's a couple different. There's like Florida Jets fan 2. There's FL Jetsfan. There's SFL Jetsfan. There's SOFLA, South Florida Jetsfan. There's like all. It's hard to keep track.
I wasn't on back then in those days. I was with AOL in the rooms and stuff. I was doing like such a geek. I was like in movie quote trivia.
Oh yeah.
I didn't think I should probably go on there and talk about the Jets. Like I didn't even think to look for
You didn't
a
even
room.
think about it. It's funny, right? I know. When I stumbled on it, it was like I got a job at AT&T like in 1998 or whatever it was, 97, 96, something like that. And because I was at AT&T, I had access to the internet. Like they gave me a computer. I didn't have a computer. Like don't forget, like back then, it wasn't like everybody had a computer. Nerds had computers, Jeremy. You know what I mean? Like nerds. Yeah. I had a friend. He was like, he would save up his money and go buy these computers. I remember thinking, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why? Who cares about these computers? Then my father had a Tandy, and there was a game I liked to play. Ultima was a game I liked to play on there. But by and large, I didn't really care about computers. And then so I went to work at AT&T, and I had a computer, so I was on the internet. I started doing the email joke thing, you know?
Yeah. The
People sending me sexy stories on email. I thought those were pretty fun.
Yeah, I remember that. And then I remember after that stopped and everyone said, and they called it spam and everybody hated it. Everybody's parents and grandparents continued to do it for another 3 years.
Yeah, I know, right? If you don't send this to 10 people, you'll have bad luck. Or send this to 10 people and a miracle will happen to you at 3 o'clock. I'm like, what is this? Why are we doing this shit? But all those things. But so through that, I remember one of the first things I did was I went on like Yahoo, and it was somebody told me like there's all kinds of chat rooms, and I'm like, what's a chat room?
Oh, what a catch! Sorry, what a catch!
All right, let me watch. Let's watch the play. 7:03, 2 seconds on the clock. Josh Allen back to pass. Nice pocket. Oh my God, what a catch!
That's a great catch, right?
Who was that?
Number 10, is that Davis?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the penalty. Against the defense declined. That's a game-winning type completion sometimes. That may have been the game, right? Like that's big. That's very big. That was Shakar.
Well, it's on the defense. Yeah. Okay. All right. So anyway, long story short is I went on Yahoo Chat and I saw that there was a Jets board, like there was an NFL board, and I was like, ooh. And I went on the Jets board, and there was like all these people. I was like, what is this? Holy shit. There's Jets fans. So I started talking. And then through there, I found, I like looked for Jets chat. And there was the Rivals board. It was Rivals. And Rivals had a different site for every single team. So if you wanted to talk shit with another team, you just did the drop down and clicked Buffalo Bills, and you were on their board. And it was really cool like that. So then one day Rivals just shut down, like it was crazy. So we got really into that. That's when I created the name GreenBean. It was it began because it was just happenstance, like the way that it was created. It was just GreenBean got created, and then when that closed down, the guy that you see in here, Matthias Simon.
Yeah,
he's in here all the time. He started a board called the Greenhouse. And a whole mess of us went over there. And then you got like Jets Insiders and Jetnation. Like they all kind of splintered from there and started these new boards. Wow.
Third and 11.
Wow. So anyway, we went to these new boards, and I went with Matt to the Greenhouse. I was over there for years. And then, then Matt's board kind of fizzled after like, I don't know, a bunch of years. And then I went to Jetnation. I've been hanging out on Jetnation since 2009. But yeah, I've been talking Jets on the internet, man, since literally the 90s, dude. Crazy.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Oh, is that a fumble or an incomplete pass?
Anthony G. Nerds.
Bad play for the Bills. So they're gonna have to punt. So that's interesting.
Oh my God, look at that.
I'm just wondering if back then, because it seems like no matter how unbelievable it might be, there's always fans that don't like something that they should definitely not like. So is there like fans back there that used to complain about Parcells and not like him?
No. But I mean, of course there is. Yeah, but the big thing then was there was two. One was Chad Pennington versus Vinny Testaverde. Like, especially so there was the whole thing. Well, no, that was the 2000, but that was big. Vinny Testaverde versus the other one was Curtis Martin or Lamont Jordan. Lamont Jordan was a first round talent who slid to the second round. We took him in the second round. And most people thought he was going to be a huge stud. So Curtis Martin, look, we used to call him the great compiler, Curtis Martin. Like, he would get all these stats, but he never did anything. You know what I mean? That was kind of, he never like took over a game, very rarely, So there were a lot of people like that. It was tough to see the greatness in Curtis Martin. You're just looking at a guy, and you want Barry Sanders. You want a guy that jukes everybody and runs for 70 yards for a touchdown.
Right.
So Lamont Jordan, but there was that whole thing. But back then, Parcells, I think everybody was kind of on board with Par. You know what I mean? It was like clearly we were better. I mean, we were just 1-15 2 years earlier, so it was kind of hard to deny the impact. But let me tell you, a lot of people were very pissed off that he traded that pick. We had the first overall pick. He traded it. He traded back. He should have just taken Orlando Pace or Walter Jones, 2 tackles right there that both went to the Hall of Fame. Could have taken either one. Instead, he traded back. He moved back 6 spots in the first round for a third, a fourth, and a seventh. That's all he got. A third, a fourth, and a seventh. Yeah, dude.
Wow.
Yep.
That's
and he
crazy.
took James Farrier.
That would never happen today. No way.
Nope. And that was after the big Herschel Walker trade. Like, there was some precedence, man. He was an idiot. He just didn't know how to do that.
Bills almost just put the game away.
4 minutes left.
Watch
Let's
this.
see what we got here.
Elam drops it. Oh, Elam, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Remember him? He was the guy that was projected to be drafted in the top 10 at one point.
Yeah.
That's wild to look back. I wish we could go back and read conversations that were written, especially ones that were like predictions. Like people like it, that we can look back and just laugh at. Like.
Yeah, totally. I mean, there's a couple threads on Jetnation that they keep getting bumped. Like, there's got like 50,000 messages on it now. Like, it's been like literally 10 years. Every now and then somebody will just bump it up and continue because it's so funny. Like the one that's on Jetnation is it's called Wes Welker, Seriously. And it was like about when Wes Welker was like, really, this guy, there's no way that this guy's going to be good. Like that kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So people bumped that one up. So Clifford says he's Copernicus on Jetnation. There you go. I know you. I know Copernicus. Florida says he's the Florida Jet fan. There you go.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I get it. So that's where these guys come from. A lot
That's
of these
cool.
guys are on Jetnation. Yeah.
That's cool.
Like, let me tell you, man, if you guys are ever like, just if you're looking for Jets talk, man, like without question, there's no better place than Jetnation. Like that doesn't matter what it is. If it's training camp reports, if it's tweets, somebody's grabbing it and putting it on Jetnation. Like everything that you'll find out there within 5 minutes of it happening is on Jetnation.
Oh, what a pass. Oh, we dropped it. Are they going to call that incomplete? He dropped it. I guess they're going to say he had control, maybe. That was actually a really good pass by Skylar Thompson. I'm not, wow.
How did he drop it? It looks like he had it to me.
I know, but then I guess he dropped it out of bounds, which means it's not a drop. That's a catch.
Oh, that guy got hurt.
I mean, look, one.
Who was that? Was that Jalen Waddle? He got hurt. Yeah, it was Waddle. 1, 2. Oh, it's a catch, dude. No doubt. No doubt about it.
Right. It's none of their business what happened when he got out of bounds.
That's right. Who cares?
It's a catch.
How did he get hurt, though? And what hurt him?
I don't know. Maybe he got the wind knocked out of him, elbow to the stomach.
Yeah. Maybe his vagina hurt. No, that happens. With all respect, I'm just kidding. All the ladies, I'm sorry.
I know Jennifer Slattery is going to sue you.
Yeah, there she is. Jennifer. Oregon Trail. Oh, that was the game you played, Oregon Trail? I heard of that game.
Oh yeah, that game was
I
so
remember that
popular.
game. It's a legendary game. Yeah, I played Ultima back then.
Hmm.
Ultima 5 was my version. It's looked at as one of the games that changed computers forever. Ultima. It was like the first, and you know how it goes. Those games are, you look at them now, they're so simple and garbagey, but back then, totally different thing. They were groundbreaking.
See, we would be in this forum. Me and my brother got me hooked up to it, called Movie Quote Trivia. And all you did was play movie quote trivia. Like somebody whoever guesses it gets to then put their quote in. And then if nobody gets it in like a few minutes, you put out another hint, another quote,
Yeah.
whoever. And then finally someone guesses the movie and then they get to put out a quote.
Interesting.
So
Yes, that's fun.
I pissed off my brother once because he loved the movie Tombstone. I mean, obsessed with it. So one time he won and I put in my guess Tombstone right at the moment his quote from Tombstone came out. So it came out a quote from Tombstone and then me guessing Tombstone. And he just cursed me out.
Amazing.
It was best.
Yeah, it's funny, like all that shit, like the beginning of that stuff, like where we kind of came from. It's interesting to think back. Like now, look at us. We have thousands of people on these and we chit chat all over the place. We meet, it's like a whole thing now. But It was crazy. That's why, like, when we would have our tailgaters, like Matthias Simon and I, we would go to his house. I lived in the next town from him. So we went to his house, we made this big sign, and we would have people come from all over the country to this tailgate. And it was like amazing. Like the internet wasn't what it is today back then. And the fact that guys really came, it was just an amazing thing. It's, we show that picture all the time of us. Let me see. This is not my computer. I got to remember that. So I don't have it. But, anyway, it was such a big deal to me. Like I couldn't believe like guys from Alabama and Florida and New England. And like they were all coming down and meeting us at our tailgate. It was like incredible to me. And now it's like, it's easy, it just seems like a thing. So Ohio, you were at Rivals, huh? Yeah, Rivals was great, dude. I was blown away that it got canned. I don't know why it's, I think there's another Rivals out there now, but Super Bowl Nation kind of took that over the last few years. They're doing something similar. Look at Skyler. 4 minutes. He's freaking out. Lamont was good, but his career, yeah, totally. And JW said he was a huge disappointment. I agree, man. Very disappointing. And he went to the Raiders. They signed him as a big free agent, and they had lots of they had lots of hope for him, and he was a very big disappointment. Ablab says we got fed up with Chad. We ran him out of town. I know, dude. Like we're the worst. I'm telling you, Chad Pennington was fantastic. Now, look, the last couple of years of his career, I mean, he got injured all the time. And so like there was a lot of reason like to kind of feel like he wasn't the guy. But look at that. Like we let him go for Favre. Instead of trading him, we let him go. Same thing we did with Favre. Like we're such a stupid organization. Like to honor them, we like go, hey, we'll just let you go. And he goes to Miami, signs with our fucking rival, and then wins the division. You know what I mean? Like, come on, dude. Stabbed us in the friggin' heart. But same thing with Favre. Like, we let Favre retire. He goes to the Vikings, and he gets to the NFC Championship game, dude. Like, you don't let guys like that go. You get something for it.
It's going to be like fourth and a foot.
Yeah. By the way, both of those moves were Mike Tannenbaum. Yeah, Braden, I remember watching that video. Yeah, Bills fans were furious that the Bills took Elam instead of Breece Hall.
It's funny to me that you'd be online talking about the Jets, and then, like, I would never imagine that's what that dude I saw at the comedy club does in his free time.
Well, I was at work. I was getting paid, dude. I was at AT&T.
I just can't imagine. Oh, you were doing that? Oh, the comedy came after when you were on stage, like, and doing the real gigs in the Village?
Yeah, well, I never made enough with comedy that was never my career. Like I was a professional comedian. I made money. Right. I would go away on the weekends and do shows and stuff like that. I'd stay wherever, Utica, Maryland, you know what I mean? Stuff like, oh my God, what a stuff.
Delay of game. Oh, that
Yeah.
saves them. That saves them.
Well, because it's an automatic. They have to apply it.
Yeah. Oh my
Wow.
God.
Look at that shit.
What a lucky little squirrel that coach is, huh? What
Yeah.
a lucky little
Yeah,
squirrel.
little rat.
Little rat faced.
Hey, look at Phil Adams. Phil
go.
Adams says he met an American girl in England in the 80s. We wrote letters to each other. It took months to have a conversation. Pen pal, Phil. That's the way it was.
Here we go. 4th and 6.
That's the way it was, man.
He's on the run. He throws. Any flags? Do you want to know what happened?
No, I'm gonna watch him right now. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, he had it too.
Oh, wow. That player's hurt.
That was closer than it looked.
Now they got an injured Bill.
Ooh.
Man, their secretary is depleted. They keep getting injured. It's amazing how certain teams just get hurt in the same area, like in the same position group, you know? And it just kills you. Like with us, it's offensive line. With them, it's secondary. But looks like he could have gotten the wind knocked out of him. He'll be okay.
Yeah, get up. Get up already.
Yeah. He's trying to get up, but they won't let him. They got his foot. They're trying to take his shoe off. Oh, he's hurt. If they're taking his shoe off, that's not good.
Nope. Anytime you take your shoes off, that's bad news. Look at him. Oh man.
That's Elam, the draft.
Speak of the devil. Look at that. Wow.
Yeah. I'm telling you, a lot of people had him projected to go top 10, like for a long time in a lot of the mock drafts. None of us understood it. I was like, no Jet fan talked about it. But I actually have a video that plays during my draft promo, my mock draft promo, of me saying the Giants took K'Lar Elam, ha 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 ha, and laughing at them.
Yeah. Phil says that girl ended up marrying the mailman. That's funny. Rich says, yeah, we beat the Bill. Dude, let me tell you something. The second game, too, was a one-score game, man. Don't forget what happened that game. They got their first points. There was going to be a 0-0 first half. CJ Mosley had that one freak-out moment that gave them the drive, right? That was 4th down. They were going to punt. And they ended up getting points. And then don't forget when the momentum shifted to us and we were going to drive down their throats, Michael Carter fumbled the ball. That's what happened. Like that game was that close. And that was right on the heels of the Viking game that we should have won. Very easily could have won. I mean, we were there, dude. We just couldn't close it out. It's just, that's the thing. I choose to look at all that stuff and you see it. Like we're a good young team that couldn't quite close it out. Like that's what we were. We were not getting blown out all year. Like that's what we're used to around here, man. Embarrassment. There was no embarrassment this year. None. Unless you think the fact that we lost 6 in a row, that's embarrassing, of course. But as far as the games themselves, man, like we changed the narrative around here. And we got to give these guys the opportunity to keep going. You know what I mean? Get them their quarterback. Look at that. Let's see. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, right, Hepburn. Why not? We're going to watch the game. Might as well hang out with each other, right?
Remember Hepburn showed up in Coney Island? That was cool.
Yeah, Hepburn was there. Let's see here.
Hey, Rich, I'll be your Huckleberry. He was quoting Tombstone before, so I brought it up.
Wait, what was it? Oh, yeah. I don't know anything about Tombstone.
Oh, you got to watch Tombstone. Van Kilmer playing Doc Holliday. It's the best, man. You love it.
Wait, I watched, Wyatt Earp and all that, but like, you mean like is Tombstone a show or a movie?
No, Tombstone's the movie there was 2 movies. One was Wyatt Earp, which was the more like less, I don't know, I'm not going to say less entertaining, but more dramatic or realistic. And then Tombstone was it was a different take on it. And it was, I thought it was a lot more entertaining. Like Val Kilmer plays Doc Holliday.
No, I saw that. I did see that. I didn't love that. I didn't love it.
Don't you remember? He goes, let's go. He goes, let's play for real. Like he was like playing with the gun and stuff. I love that stuff.
Yeah, I know. This wasn't one that grabbed me. That's all. I remember it now. Val Kilmer. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's like, where's Wyatt? He's down by the river, walking on water. That's my favorite line.
I'll tell you what, though, guys, and there's a sentiment in the chat right now that the Bills are showing right now, and they're going to win this game, but they don't look like the Super Bowl team.
Nope.
No. It could be the Dolphins. Dolphins played them twice already. They know each other. There's a lot there, right? Division rivalry is real, So there's that. But I just don't think that they look like the team that's going to beat the Chiefs. I think the Bengals will beat them. That's what I think. The Bengals haven't lost in like 7 games or something. Like I saw they haven't lost since Halloween. Overlooking the Bengals, everybody. I know. You know what's funny? I've been rooting for the Bills to win, right? I want Miami out. But now that it's almost done, I somehow want the Bills to lose. You know what I mean?
Because now you're seeing them happy and celebrating, and you're like, screw them. I want them to lose. I hate them.
Yeah. It's hard. It's hard to root for either one. I'm not rooting for anybody today. Like I've told you guys a million times, I root against. That's what I do. Unless it's the Jets, I'm rooting against somebody. I'm very, very rarely rooting for something that's not Jets. It's against. I'm rooting against the Dolphins right now. Let's go. Josh Allen's going to hand the ball off, and they get 4 yards. 1, 2,
5.
5?
I don't know.
Looked like 4. The Niners look unstoppable. Yeah, until they play who did they play yesterday?
Seattle.
Yeah, Seattle. It's fucking Geno. Geno ultimately did what Geno does. He turns the ball over too much, and that's what's up. It looked good for a minute. I mean, he's good, but that's what Geno does.
In that first half, the first half was super competitive, and he looked totally legit. And then once things start to go wrong, Geno, you're right. He's a turnover machine.
That's what he was. And he did that from day one. Oh, they're stopping him. Oh, my God. Look at that. You guys suck. That's the way. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. You had him stopped 3 yards short of the first down. And he pushed you. That's what I like. Look at this. Sorry, let me see how many yards he pushes them. So, look, they got him right there. 1, 2, yeah, about 3 yards right to the marker. I agree with this. I don't like the idea of a Monday night playoff game, man. What is that? That's new, right? Did they do that?
I don't remember that ever happening in my life.
What is that? I mean, talk about just putting money before everything, man. It's like, dude, you're putting the team that wins, they're at a disadvantage. I mean, is there a way that the team that wins plays the 1 seed that had a week off? Could you imagine that one team has 2 weeks off, one team's coming in at 6 days? Like,
there's no sense of tradition or anything the NFL puts in front of money. I'm convinced of that. Money is the almighty with them. Like there's no history, there's no value. It's money. Like, oh, we can make more money Monday night. Let's do Monday night.
Yeah. Who cares, right? They talk about player safety. It's all lip service, man. It's all bullshit. They have a department that deals with that. Underneath, they don't give 2 shits. They want money. Cameron Trammell says the Bengals got to beat the Ravens. Don't look, pal. I'm telling you what, they're going to beat the Ravens. The Ravens are done. That's what I think. And I'm rooting. Look, my wife is a Ravens fan, guys.
Yeah, that's why it's got to be hard.
I love my wife. I want her to be happy. But I got to tell you, don't tell her, but I'm fucking rooting against them shits. You want to know why, Jeremy? You want to know why I'm rooting against the Bengals, everybody? Aaron Butler.
Me too.
I want that motherfucker's mouth shut.
I just want to look at his face. I just want to look at the screen and just say,
yeah,
the great Lamar.
That's right.
Yet another game.
Yeah, you know what will happen if the Jets went and signed Lamar? Aaron Butler will be here Oh, that's what he'll be one of us. I don't want that. I don't know how guys could go with players to teams. Like, I've never liked the players so much that I would leave the Jets for a player.
Oh, never.
Like, when they leave, screw them, dude. Hope they fail.
Right.
Most of
The first time I was tested on that in my life was not football, it was baseball. My hero and absolute favorite player as I was a little kid that I idolized and loved him was Lee Mazzilli. And when Lee Mazzilli was traded, I cried. It broke my heart. But guess what? Do you think I rooted for the Pittsburgh Pirates?
No way, dude. You can't do it. You can't do it. Jennifer Slattery pointing out my very inconsistent nature, wanting both teams to lose. I'm telling you, Jennifer, I'm stuck. I really am stuck. I mean, I'm happy. This is what I wanted. I know I wanted Miami to lose. Again, if they ended up winning, and even somehow they pull it off, I got 34 seconds on my clock. I'm going to be happy that the Bills lost. But best case for me in this game is that Miami's gone home with 23 years without a playoff win. I like that. But it'd be real nice to see Buffalo fans just like losing the wild card. Oh, man, so funny. Yeah, JVP. I know, man. Look, if we look at it realistically, dude, like we had a good year. We did. I know the back end of it, but like we were decimated, dude, on the offensive line, and we know our quarterback. Like that was it. We needed to, again, we wanted meaningful games. We wanted improvement, all the stuff, but we wanted to know what we had in Zach. It sucks it went the wrong way, but we know. Good. You keep him on back burner and develop him for a year or two, fine. But he is not the guy penciled in to start. And that is valuable, man. Ablab says, remember when the Miami Dolphins stupid fight song? Wasn't it the song? Yeah, but you know what's interesting, Ablab? Let me tell you something. I looked that up. Miami is actually the original. The Houston Oilers took that song. Houston Oilers, Houston Oilers. You know that one? Yeah, they do that every time you go to a Miami game. And I went to every single Jets game in Miami for 10 years. They play that song at the beginning of every game. Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins.
Oh my God. I had a kid that lived on my block that was a Miami fan. That's all I'd hear him screaming down the block. That's that song. You just brought me back. I wanted to kill him. Nothing made me happier than when I bumped into him years later and got to remind him that Dan Marino never won a Super Bowl.
I know. That's what, dude. But listen, I worked in Miami, so I lived in Miami for a little while, for about a year, 2 years. But then I lived in Hollywood, but I worked in Miami. So everybody that I worked with, they were Miami fans, except for one guy was from Dallas. He was a Cowboys fan, but most everybody were Miami fans. And let me tell you, dude, the worst. Like just, like so petty. Like, I don't know, man. They're just another level of aggravating as far as their fandom. They're good people. But as far as their fandom, tough. Now, Billy's talking about my wife. Yeah, my wife's from Baltimore, man. She's from Baltimore. My wife used to be a fucking grimy, junkie in Baltimore City, guys. I don't know. My wife's fucking tough.
I got to tell you, outside of Aaron Butler, there's nothing or any reason at all to dislike or care about the Baltimore Ravens.
I hate him.
Like, this guy single-handedly went out and turned a fan base against the Baltimore Ravens with his big mouth.
I'm telling you, he made it that much. The fact that he kept showing up, like we played you week 1, it's week 16, you're here. Why?
And when did he show up?
Gloating, and I don't like gloaters, dude. I never do that. Like if I'm good and I don't ever gloat. You know, gloating's the worst. It's the worst.
And he showed up. He showed up not a week before the game. He showed up when the schedule came out. So every other team had to put up with him for a week before their game. We had to put up with him for the 4-month build-up to the game.
I know, every day. And he like copy and pasted his it was the exact same things every single stream. Yeah. Oh my God, was he bad?
Oh my God, Lamar the Great.
I know.
Lamar the Great.
Is Lamar playing?
No.
Or is he still injured?
No, that's the thing. He doesn't play. Like that's the thing that Watsuke keeps pointing out. Everyone's screaming about like what we have to do to get him. And Watsuke goes, do any of you guys realize he's not even playing? He's on
Right.
crutches. You
Right.
know,
And you want to give 3 firsts and $50 million. And like, I don't know, man.
second
Look,
year in a
a lot
row.
of fans look at that one as swinging for the fences. Like, finally, just go and get the best possible guy. But that's the thing. I don't know if he is the best possible guy. I think he might be fool's gold. As talented, as exciting as he can be, you can't deny the talent. But again, dude, his whole game is predicated on those legs. And he's been injured the last couple years, man. And his stats, since that MVP season, his stats have gone down every year. Every year. Okay. And he just fucking turned down $45 million.
Well, everybody is playing him a very similar way. Like a lot of the teams that have the talent, they learned from Miami, believe it or not, with the zero coverage. They realized just fill every lane and blitz the hell out of this guy.
Right.
And make him beat you. Now, we refuse to do that week 1 because we never alter our system, right? We have to get there in 4. But like all the teams that were following Miami were doing that and like really changed him as a player.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man. Oh, the Giants are. I mean, watch the Giants game real quick. I want to watch a little bit of the Giants game. Let's
Sure.
I got work to do, man. I have a lot to do. Let me see if I can find it. I'll tell you what, dude. Dude, it's here. I decided to cancel almost everything and go YouTube TV. YouTube TV is fucking bad ass. Now it's expensive. It's $60, but dude, it's all the live TV. Join live. That's what I want to do. Start from the beginning. No. Join live. But dude, I just, and you can like record things, like all the shows you want, just record them and watch them. You can fucking zoom through the commercials. Like, oh my God, it's the best, dude. YouTube TV is on. Dude, they got the NFL. YouTube TV.
You could pay and get every game?
Every game, dude. I think.
I got to look into that. I thought,
dude, it's unbelievable.
I thought DirecTV had the monopoly on that.
They did until recently. I'll be right back.
Okay. So,
Miami Dolphins.
They go from goal to goal. Ableb Studios says this is for a request to end this stream, sending the Dolphins a farewell by crooning that Miami song to him. Oh, that's what he's doing. That's what GreenBean just did. Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins. I gotta jump onto one of their live streams. Hell, they troll ours. Let's go troll a Miami Dolphin live stream and sing that song. Miami Dolphins. Like maybe they'll do a call-in. Hi, you're on the air. Miami Dolphins. Be awesome. I hate them. I mean, don't get me wrong. 2 of my biggest supporters on my channel are Miami Dolphin fans. Aside from those 2 awesome dudes, I hate every other Miami Dolphin fan. Every other one of them. I can't stand them. Any of you guys know that guy Smoke or Smokey on Twitter? That Miami Dolphin fan with his goofy, ridiculous Miami Dolphin winter hat with the big ball on top. And he's like putting videos of himself in Buffalo eating wings, hanging out with Bills fans. And I wish I could jump and somehow text those Bill fans and said, this dude talks so much crap about your team and is such a provoker and is such a troll on Twitter. And they have no idea. And they're being nice to this guy. And it just drives me nuts. But anyway, would you wear the Miami Dolphin colors in a bar? Like, would you wear that teal, like, winter hat and the shirt? I would never go out like that. Crazy. Anyway, it looks like Minnesota just scored. Looks like the Vikings just scored a touchdown. Yeah. Quarterback sneak Kirk Cousins. They're good. The Vikings offense is good, but I don't think they're winning any Super Bowls with that defense. Let's see. What do we got here? Does YouTube TV have Major League Baseball? We'll have to wait for him to come back for that. Here we go. I hear him coming back into the room. I hear him coughing. Miami Dolphins. Minnesota just scored a touchdown.
All right, wait. So what is he saying? Ablab. Sorry, I had to go pee pee. This is a request to end this stream, sending the Dolphins a farewell by crooning that Miami song to them. Well, how do I do that? I can't play it. I'll get in trouble. I'll take my stream down. But I'll watch a few minutes, Ablab. We'll watch a few minutes of the Giants, and then I'm going to get out of here. Who are we rooting for? Everybody in the chat. What have you guys been talking about?
Someone was asking if Major League Baseball is on YouTube TV as well.
I'm not sure.
You don't care about baseball as much, do you?
No, I don't. Not at all, actually.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, really? That's not good.
Uh-oh. There he is, Danny Dimes.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll check all the first level stuff. I'll do that today, and I'll look at it, see what's going on. All right. I'm still live. I'm just saying. I'm gonna end it in like 15 minutes.
The Giants at least have a
All
quarterback.
right. I'll see you in a little bit. Bye. Well, but they have a quarterback in Dable, right? Dable. Dable made Danny Dimes look like the real deal. You know.
Yep, definitely.
Crazy.
They got a coach and a quarterback. That's where it starts. Right? They got two good offensive linemen that they drafted early. They got Thibodeau.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they got things to build on. They're going to be maybe when we get to the Super Bowl, we'll play them.
I hate that they left the basement before us. I can't. And again, we were out. We were out, man. It pisses me off. Rag says, with all due respect, Bean, that Jackson never had the receivers not use his leg. I don't know. He's had lots of talent around him.
They just let that
great running game, great tight ends, good receivers. I mean, Rashad Bateman is no slouch, dude.
Plus, they just had a great receiver they let go to Arizona, right?
Yeah, they traded Hollywood Brown. I mean, well, I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know. Rags, I got to say I disagree, buddy. He's had Hollywood Brown the whole time. So you guys want the Giants to win. What's up, Hawk? Yeah, let's see. If you guys want to sell the team for Lamar, I know. I'm against it. I don't think Lamar's the answer, dude. I don't. Again, he's injured all the time. Last couple years, he's a running quarterback. So that's the concern with running quarterbacks. As exciting as they are, man, you got to love what they can bring. But they take too many hits and they're going to wear down. That's the concern. That's the concern. Everybody just saying, hey, man, YouTube TV. Yeah, dude, it's amazing. Billy says you can watch it anywhere on your phone. I mean, we just canceled like Peacock and Hulu and I canceled all of it, dude. YouTube TV. The fact that I'm watching, and I'm not even really that delayed, right? It's like better. No, I don't know if I can watch the Jets. I got to see what it is next year, but dude, being behind you guys 3 plays, if I can avoid that, I want to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, so Keith says he sets the Jets as his team and it records every game. Is that YouTube TV, Keith? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Yeah, Daniel Murphy says he's psyched that they bought out Sunday Ticket. I mean, dude, YouTube. Now, what I'm hoping is maybe they'll lighten up a little bit with us using some of the clips. You know what I mean? Like, lighten up, dude. Dude, they come and get me, man.
Wow. Look at the Giants moving the ball, looking like a real offense with this quarterback. Danny Dimes looks like a real quarterback to me. He's a free agent, isn't he?
Who?
No way. He is. Yeah, but no way he leaves this coach. This coach is like inventing him.
Wait, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
Like this coach. How do you leave a coach that's bringing out your best? He's got to be motivated to stay with this coach. This guy's giving him a career.
Danny, oh, totally. But money's money, bro.
Yeah.
It might be his one chance at a contract. Who knows what next year brings? Maybe he sucks next year. If he can get a $25, $30 million a year contract somewhere, he's going to take it.
Right.
You're going to take it.
So is he in the conversation for the Jets? Because nobody talks about it.
I don't know. I hope not, dude. We don't even know who we have.
I think they could franchise him though, right? They could tag him.
They can, sure.
They can tag him. They'll tag him before they let him go. If they can't work out a deal, they'll tag him.
Looks like a lot of you guys are rooting for the Giants, huh? I said I have people I love dearly that are Giants fans. I can't do it. Look at that. Daniel Jones with the stiff arm to Peterson. He still tackles you now.
Is that a touchdown? Touchdown. Saquon Barkley.
What's that?
I won't ruin it for you. Keep watching.
Let me see here. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Oh my God. What a read. What a nice read of the blocks, dude. Look at that. Saquon's no joke, everybody.
Nope. He's a real deal premier running back.
Oh, yeah. Now, look, but they had to endure the 2 years of him having his issues, right? Like Jets fans don't want to do that.
Right.
Like they want to cut Saquon Barkley the year after his injury when he came in and wasn't fully himself. Jets fans want him out.
Right. Cut him. He's a bust. He's a bum.
Telling him he sucks. We're yelling. We're in the stadium going, "You're a fucking bum. You're a loser." That's what we're doing.
Yep. It's true.
People say like, "Oh, Giants are in New York." Giants fans are not Jets fans. Now, granted, they have fucking 5 Super Bowls, so there's a reason we're worse. But let's be real. It's a totally different reaction. Their fan base, they're tough too, but they're not us.
Yeah, I think Zach's mom got that part right. We're toxic.
Yeah, totally.
We're toxic. It's true.
Yeah,
it's hard to argue that.
We're tough, man. Jennifer Slattery, of course I was rooting for the Giants, but that was worst case scenario. The fact that the Patriots were playing the Giants twice, I couldn't deal, dude. I hated it. Any NFC team. Why's it got to be them? But when I have to do it, there's no choice. Of course I got to root for the Giants. You know, of course. Ablab goes New York over everybody and everything. I hear you. I was like, I had that mentality for a minute, and I definitely do that in like other sports. Like again, I don't really watch many other sports anymore. I used to be a diehard Nets and Knicks fan because the Nets were so bad for so long. I liked the Patrick Ewing Knicks. I was a big Knicks fan, but I would go to 10 Yankee games a year, every year. But I rooted for the Mets. Sure.
I grew up rooting for the Jets and Giants. I mean, because in my family, we just watched both games every Sunday. I used to sit with my dad. We spend the whole day watching football, and we watched both teams, so I knew both teams. And then for whatever reason, the Jets emerged. The Jets always had my heart more, and you just know, like, because my reaction to losing with the Jets was 10 times my reaction for the Giants. Like with the Giants, when they lost, it was like, oh, that sucks. They lost. When the Jets lost, I was throwing shit.
Yeah. Right. It's just different. I know that's the thing. Like most of my family are Giants fans. It's me and Aunt Gina growing up. That's all it was. We had nobody. And then she started making the new generation Jets fans. That was her job. That's what she did. She would get little babies and she put them in Jets clothes. And she started that shit. It worked. She got like a good, 6 or 7.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so without Aunt Gina, I would probably be happy. Thanks, Gene. Thank you. So, yeah, man, look at this. The Giants are tied up. That
was a hell of a response to Minnesota scoring. But I think the Giants are very much in this game, like from the beginning, because Minnesota's never going to be a team you don't think teams can compete with, because every game they play, even with their record, every team always was very competitive against them, and their defense is non-existent. So
and the Giants had them, and they got out of they played before the Vikings got out of it by the skin of their teeth, if I remember correctly.
Right, and they got out of us by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah.
Right. Berrios holds on to that ball. Very different game. Wow. Now I'm watching Saquon do that touchdown run. He's kind of reminding me of Breece Hall.
Well, that's the thing. Breece Hall makes those types of reads where a good running back, somebody who is good, they make it. That run is a 10-yard run. Like they might go here, and then they get tackled. You know what I mean? Like he read that block beautifully. Like a lesser back keeps going to the right. Like instead of making that cut back to the left where it was open, they cut to the right. They make it a 9-yard gain. It's a great gain. We clap, we cheer. It's a good run, but you don't realize that you missed that. You know what I mean? That's the difference between somebody who's great and somebody who's good.
Yeah.
I prefer great. Here, Kirk Cousins said, I think it was this week, he said, sometimes our entire offense is find Jefferson. That's the whole offense, he said. Sometimes that's what they do. They just find Jefferson. Amazing. That's how good that guy is. You want to talk greatness, he's another one.
We got pouring rain, so I have to watch the game in a lower resolution. It's the weirdest thing with DirecTV.
What, lower resolution in order for it to...
You're having bad weather. Do you want to watch the game in lower resolution or watch a screen of just paused football?
You can get a trial of YouTube TV right now.
Yeah?
I think so.
I've got to check
it out. A month or a week. You can get like a week for free.
I've got to check it out. I got to look into it because if I would love to get rid of all the other things if it really works.
Yeah, I'm happy with you. I mean, I'm surprised. This is my first time like just watching football on you. I can't even believe it. My wife's like, yeah. I'm like, well, how do I get the game or whatever? And because I have like the the digital antenna and all that stuff. My wife goes, just watch it on YouTube TV. I'm like, really? She's like, yeah. I said, oh, okay, let me take this shot in the dark, and I did it, and it was on, and it's live, and it's real. I can't even believe it.
Look at this 3rd down in one play.
Look at all that. Oh, my God. Look at
Mike LaFleur took a job with
the special. So stupid.
Mike LaFleur took a job with the Vikings.
Yeah. 3rd and 1. Let's fucking make it so complex.
Let's make it 4th and 3.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man. Yeah, it's like, like I'm a believer that when it's 3 feet, you get 3 feet. Nobody should be able to stop you from getting 3 feet. Nobody.
Nope.
Do all that stuff.
Giant ball. It's always weird to see a Giants uniform 80 because to me the 80s are taken for New York. Crabette for the Jets, Cruz for the Giants. That's what 80 means to me.
Yeah, 80 is Cruz for you on the Giants. Who's wearing it now?
Whenever I see 80, a giant jersey 80, I assume it's Cruz that they're wearing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't pay attention to the Giants that much. To me, I think it's Ingram Cruz. Wasn't he or 80? Wasn't he number 80?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. That was the only number that really stood out with that team. That and of course 56, which is the most famous.
56, of course.
Yeah, no one will ever question that. But other than that, I really don't know many numbers for the Giants. I don't even know what Eli's number was.
No, he was 85, number 82 or 85. That's what
Victor Cruz was?
No.
Oh,
Ingram. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I mean. I don't pay attention. Like you said, 56, obviously. Lawrence Taylor, it's like he tortured my childhood. Everybody with their 56 jerseys everywhere,
You got a super chat.
Yeah. John, real quick, John, I think they're going to retire his number. I mean, it's weird. Just same thing happened with, who did they just retire? I don't know. but they haven't given a player number 80 since him. So what are you doing? Like, what is it? What are you doing with it? Why not just retire it? Make it official. Make him a great. You know what I mean? They haven't given the number 80 since Wayne Chrebet retired, yet they don't retire the number. I don't understand. I mean, what's the politics there, Jeremy? What is it? You know?
What are they waiting for? It makes no sense to me.
You know, they don't want to for some reason. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Derek Blaney, thank you for the super chat. I'm in West Virginia and spoof my location on YouTube TV to New York City to watch all the Jets games on CBS New York. Don't need Sunday ticket.
Wow.
So you've been doing that. See, interesting. Now, I didn't even know I need to do that. Do I need to pretend? Well, because right now I'm just watching the playoffs, so it's the only game on. But am I going to have to fool them to believing I'm New York? So they show me the game?
Because it might only show you the local game.
Interesting.
For who you are.
But now that they got, see, that might be for last year, but now they got Sunday ticket.
Things are changing because I think DirecTV's exclusive contract might be finally expiring.
Yeah, it's over. I think they still have it, but it's not exclusive. Yeah, YouTube TV got it.
Wow. Minnesota's defense is light, dude. They are light. They're very soft. I'm saying light, soft.
Yeah.
That is a soft defense. Look how easy that play was.
Yeah. Well, the guy fell down.
Oh,
yeah.
The guy fell down.
He's laying on the field.
There's a guy laying in. Hey, someone scraped that carcass off the field.
Yeah. Billy says, we use YouTube TV and Amazon Prime, so you get the Thursday night. Right. I have Amazon Prime, so I got that. It's just crazy. Like the streaming thing it's taken over, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
JW liked when we had Dave Meggett and Jumbo Ellie. Remember Dave Meggett fumbling in the AFC Championship game? Remember that? Doug W? Didn't he? I think he was the guy. It was Byers and Meggett and Martin. I think it was all the Parcells guys fumbled in that game. Vinny Testaverde, poor guy. He was the guy known for turnovers and choking. He played a flawless game. He was beautiful, and he was betrayed. I think we had 2 turnovers in the red zone. Fumbles, I think. Again, it was a long time ago, so it smears together, but I think Meggett was one of those guys.
Oh my God. Saquon Barkley is a beast.
Yeah.
He is a beast. I cannot wait to get Breece Hall back because he was only a rookie in his first 8 games. I don't think we even know how good he's going to be.
I know.
I really don't. I think that we were just seeing sparks of what he's going to be.
That's if he comes back. You know what I mean? You never know, dude.
Well, the guy we're watching did, so.
Yeah, but it took him 3 years to do it, really.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I can't count on anything next year. Touchdown. Anything we get from him next year is a bonus.
Was that Lawrence Cager? The touchdown?
No. Hodgkins,
lymphoma.
Huggins. They have guys we don't know because that's their position where they get hurt. They get their injuries in their wide receiver room. We get it in our offensive line room.
Well, it's funny. The year before, it was all 2 year was all wide receivers. Remember, we were literally signing guys off the street, and they were starting that week.
Yeah,
it's crazy, man. Well, Jennifer Slattery is really into this turf thing. So, see, I mean, I'm with you, man. The fact that they're changing it this year, maybe that helps. I mean, look, injuries are going to happen. Like Breece Hall's wasn't a turf injury. It was his knee got bent back in such a way that I couldn't handle it, right? But the turf, numerous injuries on our turf, and maybe if that can take away 20% of the injuries or something like that, that'd be great. That'd be great, man. Now let's see. Let's see. Jetasonic, and we let a kickoff get recovered by Denver after falling asleep in the secondary when Elway threw a bomb. I know, it was so crazy, dude. It was that game. I mean, I thought we had it. And again, dude, Kiss was playing the Super Bowl that year. Like everything was for me. The Jets are going to get into the Super Bowl, and it just so happens that Kiss is playing at the Super. I couldn't believe it. It was all for me, and it just God laughed. God laughed. That's what it was. He dangled it in front of me and said, no, I'm just kidding, you loser. Never. Yeah, imagine we got touchdowns from a quarterback. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? Yeah, I'm with you, Marco Polo. I think Derek Carr would be a great get. I really do. I really think that's the guy. But again, it all depends on what you got to give, dude. Like, he's a $35 million quarterback right now. I think he is. That's fine. You know what I mean? As far as what quarterbacks go. But what do you got to give up? And who's going to give more? Is somebody going to give more? The Texans or, what if the Texans want to give the second overall pick? You know what you have to give to compete with that? You got to give a lot to compete with that.
Yeah.
13. I mean, you're talking another 2 firsts in there, So Olsen and Carr would be great. Just get the band back together. They know each other. There's a rapport. There's a comfort. Just come here and get Garrett Wilson involved, Elijah Moore, Denzel Mims. It'll be fucking fine, man. That's all it is. Billy says I can use a VPN and just put it from New York. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
It is a storm outside.
Oh, it's really bad. Now, is there any flooding by you?
Yeah, if I disappear, it's because I lost power. There's flooding all around me in the like certain areas of Sacramento that are saturated and just areas that are below sea level. I mean, we don't have that issue so much downtown. But yeah, there are people definitely losing power and flooding right now. If I disappear, it means we lost power.
Well, I'm gonna jump off anyway. I got too much to do. But hey, it was a good hang, Jeremy. I'm glad that we got some time. We'll feel it out. Maybe we watch the next week's Buffalo game, see what time it is, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Guys in the chat, thank you for being here. And look, it just helps to pacify the knowledge that we're not in the playoffs. We would have won that game. We would have beat Buffalo. We'd be going to the semifinals right now, but we're not. So it's nice that we still have each other. I didn't know if we were going to make it. The Zach talk in the beginning was killing me. In the beginning, I was like, I can't believe it. This is what we're doing today. But anyway, let's say goodbye. Jeremy, you want to tell anybody about anything you got coming up?
Just tonight on Jets Chaos. You guys want to hang out again in about how many hours? I go on about 3.5 hours. I'll be on with Dom C. We're just going to talk about offensive tackles. Quick show just to broaden the knowledge. And then, like I said, you're going to look smart in mock drafts like on GreenBeans tomorrow where you could scream, no, take this guy because he's better against he's a better pass blocker. You're just going to be – Dom C will make you smarter. That's
Agreed. Well, there you go, everybody. Jets Chaos tonight. I have nothing going on tonight, but the Green Beans Jets pod number 100 will be released tomorrow morning.
Yay.
100 episodes. Crazy.
Amazing.
So with that all said, let's see what I want to play on the way out. You guys are enjoy the Giants game. Let's hope the Giants lose so we can have New York be all in the same boat. You know what I mean?
Jonathan Francois just joined.
What do you say?
He said, what's up, gentlemen?
Jonathan Francois, sorry, buddy. We're out of here. What is this? Let me see. What is this? All right. I'll see you guys later. Have a great day, everybody.
Just want to make sure you guys all listen to this very carefully, please. Zach's career here is not over. I know that's going to be the narrative. I know that's what everybody wants to shout out, and that's not even close to the case. The intent, the full intent, is to make sure Zach gets back on the football field at some point this year. When that is, I'll make that decision. I'm going to take it day to day. The biggest thing with Zach, and the same things that we've talked about, is the young man needs a reset. His decision-making's been fine. His practice habits, all that stuff have been fine, but there's some basic fundamental things that have gotten really out of whack for him. And this is just an opportunity for him to sit back, focus on those things, find a way to get reconnect to all the different things that we fell in love with during the draft process. And it's something that I feel like he's going to be able to do.